and welcome to CGTN special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France. I'm Wang Mengmang in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping says China sees Europe as an important partner in achieving Chinese modernization. President Xi made the remarks while attending a trilateral meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in Paris. Xi Jinping says China and Europe should stick to dialogue and cooperation, deepen strategic communication, enhance strategic mutual trust, and push forward the steady and healthy development of China-Europe relations. He also hopes that China-France ties and China-Europe ties can facilitate each other and develop together. A written statement by Chinese President Xi Jinping was released upon his arrival in Paris. He says he is happy to start his third state visit to France at the invitation of President Emmanuel Macron. President Xi says China-France relations are a model of peaceful coexistence and win-win cooperation between countries with different social systems. In recent years, relations have maintained a high level of development. New achievements have been made in cooperation in aviation, aerospace, nuclear energy, agriculture, and green sectors. President Xi hopes the two countries can pursue a brighter future of relations and make new contributions to world peace, stability, and development. French officials and experts are optimistic about stronger exchanges and mutually beneficial cooperation arising from President Xi's state visit. Let's take a listen.
The friendship between China and France has a very long history, and it is very important. It is not surprising that France is the first stop of President Xi's visit to Europe. China, France, and other European countries play an important role in defending multilateralism.
This year marks the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between France and China. It is a very important moment. Given the current international situation, dialogue between France and China is crucial for promoting global development.
Chinese President Xi's visit to France and meeting with French President Macron show that China and France are not competitors but partners. As President Xi said, China-France cooperation can not only benefit our two countries, but also the world.
In the meantime, a ceremony for the release of the international version of classics quoted by Xi Jinping has been held in Paris. Former French Prime Ministers Laurent Fabius and Jean-Pierre Raffarin sent their congratulations on this event. Now, the ceremony was broadcast on mainstream local media platforms and internet sites such as Dailymotion. The video series is produced by CMG. It compiles President Xi's quotes from ancient Chinese classics in his speeches, articles, and remarks. It is expected to provide a new way for French people to understand President Xi's thoughts on national governance and offer insights into China. Well, before we dive into President Xi's visit, let's now take a look at the other stories making headlines from around the world. Al Jazeera reports the Israeli military has ordered Palestinians living in the eastern neighborhoods of Gaza's Rafah city to leave for Khan Yunis and Al Mawasi areas. Israel's army radio says the order comes before a military attack. Overnight, Israeli airstrikes killed 16 people in Rafah, and that includes 7 people from one family and 9 from another, including an infant. Earlier on Sunday, 3 Israeli soldiers were killed in a rocket attack claimed by Hamas. A Hamas official says its truce talks delegation in Cairo was en route to Qatar for more discussions. Reports also say the Hamas delegation will return to Cairo on Tuesday and deliver its final response to the Egyptian ceasefire proposal. In the meantime, Al Jazeera's Arabic managing editor says the channel's Arabic coverage of Israel and the Gaza conflict will not be affected by the Netanyahu government's order to shut down its local operations. Israeli authorities say they acted because Al Jazeera threatened national security. Associated Press news director John Gambrell reports from Jerusalem.
Al Jazeera has been operating and doing live shots every hour at a hotel just over my shoulder in East Jerusalem there. Apparently the police went in there and stopped him. This is part of this order that came out from the cabinet. Netanyahu referred to the channel as a mouthpiece for Hamas, that militant group that's started the war back on October 7th in this particular time frame. Now, going forward, though, the channel has insisted that it's not a Hamas mouthpiece. It insists that their coverage, both in the West Bank, which has seen hundreds of people killed since the war began, as well as in Gaza Strip, which has seen 34,000 Palestinians killed in that Israeli military offensive, remain critical for the world to understand what's going on in the war. Now, Jazeera has come out with a statement just a short time ago. They say that they're going to move forward with every legal means they can to try to get this order rescinded. Our understanding is that it bars the channel from being able to operate and broadcast from within Israel for the next 45 days. It's unclear if the government would then proceed to extend that. We do know, though, the main cable providers in Israel have yanked Al Jazeera from the airwaves just a short time ago. The website's still available. They're still on streaming platforms here. The Israelis haven't gone after those, but it shows just the wider tensions over Al Jazeera's reporting and the fact that Al Jazeera is funded by Qatar, the government that's been so involved in these mediations with Hamas. It just shows just the ceasefire negotiations just have amplifications and just things going, riding out of it beyond which we're still trying to understand, and there still might be more going on as the negotiations go forward.
John Gambriel for us there. Now, India enters the third week of its 6-week general election. A key issue for young voters is unemployment. The Indian economy has been growing rapidly, but that high growth isn't reflected in job creation. Ritika Bajaj reports.
About half of India's 1.4 billion population is under the age of 30. This demographic dividend is struggling with a high unemployment rate, sometimes worse than the pre-pandemic years. The International Labour Organization and Institute for Human Development say that the youth accounts for 83% of India's unemployed population. 2/3 of them have a secondary education degree or higher qualifications. India objects to the findings, citing misinterpretation of data and ignorance of the surge in gig workers.
I would say that we have definitely created a number of jobs in the low skill sets area. Construction has seen a lot of employment because housing sector has done well, but these are not the kind of jobs which can create that kind of income which can keep the economy going. Second, we have created a number of jobs if you're looking at in the logistics sector, both in terms of delivery as well as in terms of your e-commerce, where we are talking of a number of jobs being created. Again, typically these are low skill jobs which cannot be sustained forever.
White-collar jobs have shrunk too, with layoffs in the IT sector and automation causing redundancies. Anecdotal evidence such as youth queuing up for jobs in conflict zones like Israel and Russia, or graduates of premier technology institutes not getting placements, point to a dire situation and perhaps explain the renewed appeal of a government job that offers stability and many other perks.
This is Uttar Pradesh, India's most populous state and also the one most important politically, as it accounts for nearly 15% of all parliamentary seats. Government jobs are much sought after here. Millions apply for them for just a few thousand vacancies. But in recent years, exam papers meant to be entry points for these prestigious jobs have been leaked repeatedly, causing cancellations and also heartbreak for aspirants.
Students flock to coaching institutes in the hope to cut through the severe competition. For example, in February this year, 4.8 million aspirants took an exam aimed to fill just over 60,000 vacancies in the state's police force. It was eventually cancelled. And this happens repeatedly in many Indian states for varied government vacancies.
Deserving candidates are left behind when exam papers are leaked. It is very disappointing. I don't know if I should keep preparing because the next exam dates are not announced immediately. How long should I wait?
Important pre-poll surveys like that from CSDS Lokniti say that 62% of respondents felt getting jobs has become tougher today. But the same survey sees Prime Minister Modi and his Bharatiya Janata Party securing a comfortable win. The survey results indicate that the PM's image of a problem solver and a global statesman is still preferred by voters over a less than credible opposition. Radhika Bajaj, CGTN, Lucknow, India.
Well, the death toll from non-stop rain in Brazil's southern state of Rio Grande do Sul continues to climb. Authorities said on Sunday that at least 78 people have been killed, with many still missing. More than 115,000 people have been displaced, and the rains have triggered the worst floods in more than 80 years. Luis Teresa Franco reports from Rio de Janeiro.
It is the biggest recorded flood in the history of Brazil's southern state of Rio Grande do Sul, killing dozens and forcing thousands to evacuate their homes. A hydroelectric dam partially collapsed. A bridge swept away, leaving several towns stranded. With boats as the only mode of transportation, residents are desperate to reach dry ground, saying they've never seen anything like what is happening here.
Humans must be doing something to the planet for it to be punishing us like this. I think pollution is happening because this is not normal. It's not natural.
President Luis Inácio Lula da Silva visited the disaster area this week and promised full support in response to the state governor's request for emergency aid.
We want to offer solidarity to the families and to the people of Rio Grande do Sul, and to reaffirm the federal government and its 37 ministers will be available to help the state.
According to civil defense officials, 281 municipalities have been affected, with over 30,000 people forced to evacuate their homes. Experts say these extreme weather events have been fueled by El Niño conditions that bring warmer sea and air temperatures. This week, Rio de Janeiro registered its hottest day in May in more than 20 years, while São Paulo matched its hottest day ever recorded in May. Lucrecia Franco, CGTN, Rio de Janeiro.
In the world of unprecedented challenges, two countries are teaming up.
Climate change is about to change everything.
China and France, united by common goals.
It's opening a new door in science.
Working together is always much better than working alone.
Join us on an extraordinary journey. Witness the power of cooperation and the wonders of science. Vive l'Attaque, only on CGTN.
You're watching CGTN's special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France. The Chinese president is on a state visit to France as the two countries mark 60 years of diplomatic relations. In a written statement released upon his arrival in Paris, President Xi expressed hope for an even brighter future in China-France relations and the two nations' joint contributions to world peace and development. Well, let's now check in the latest with our reporter Zhao Yunfei. He's live for us now from outside Les Invalides. Well, Yunfei, good to see you there. So a grand welcoming ceremony is set to be held soon. What will be some of the highlights at this event?
Mama, right behind me is the Les Invalides, and this is the place where French President Emmanuel Macron will host a grand welcome ceremony to President Xi Jinping. Well, it will also witness how the two countries further establish or improve their bilateral relationship. This is the first overseas tour by President Xi of this year, but President Xi has come into France for multiple times. This is his third state visit, and he was here celebrating the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic ties, 55th anniversary, and this time the 60th anniversary. As you can tell, the strong ties between China and France. While certainly President Xi has stressed multiple layers of information, especially in the written article where he just published in local newspaper. He cherished the long-lasting friendship between the two countries, which can trace back to more than 150 years ago. And then he also sent several messages to the French people, including carry on the ties between the two countries, as the two countries are celebrating 60 years of diplomatic ties. And the two countries have really strengthened the cooperation in aviation, nuclear energy, and third-party markets. And also, China has saying that it's committed to open its door wider due to the fact that China has been benefited by the reform and opening up in its 75 years of history. Certainly, in the upcoming meeting, the two heads of state will discuss a wide range of topics, including economy, tackling climate change, but for sure, security prospects, because Ukraine crisis is one of the crises that really strike Europe continent. And President Xi, once in his article, said that speaking of Ukraine crisis, China is neither a beginner or the participant in this crisis, but the peaceful settlement is expected to bring in peace to this continent. From Macron's side, certainly China is an important partner, and then it also wants to play an important role when helping China building the relationship with the European Union. So certainly a lot of topics will be discussed after the welcome ceremony. Now back to you.
Sure, it remains to be seen how the two heads of state will address each other's key concerns. Now, Yunfei, it's been 60 years since China and France established diplomatic ties, and France was one of the first Western countries to recognize the People's Republic of China. And really, their relations have come a long way over the decades. Talk to us some of the highlights or milestones in this relationship.
I talked to a lot of political figures before the arrival of President Xi, and many people say that the reason why French people would like to remain in close contact with the Chinese people is not only because of the Chinese market, but also because of its tradition, its way, its culture, and its way of working with other countries. So certainly the two countries' relationship, if we talk about 150 years ago, the French people helped the Chinese people with the Fujian Navy Yard. That's one aspect the two countries are cherishing. Now, speaking of the diplomatic ties, it's been 60 years. A wide field of cooperation are underway, including aviation, nuclear energy, and third-party markets. So certainly, this is another opportunity for the two countries to carry on such relationship in a changing global landscape.
Zhao Yunfei for us there from Les Invalides. Thank you so much, Yunfei, for that update. And now let's also check in the latest with our correspondent Ross Cullen. He's live for us now from Paris for some more. Well, good to see you there, Ross. So the red carpet is being rolled out for Chinese President Xi Jinping and this long-lasting friendship between the peoples of the two nations. I want to get your observations now on how the French government as well as the people are reacting to President Xi's visit there.
Well, in terms of the French government, we saw the Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal, there on the tarmac on Sunday welcoming Xi Jinping to French soil, and then the President himself, Emmanuel Macron, and he has said, Mr. Macron, that the EU-Chinese dialogue is more necessary than ever for that close coordination between the two. Xi Jinping saying that strategic coordination is what's needed between Paris and Beijing, or between Brussels, Paris and Beijing as well, because Ursula von der Leyen present at those talks this morning. Emmanuel Macron also saying that coordination with China is decisive when it comes to some of the international crises that we're seeing, the ongoing war in Ukraine and the situation in the Middle East with that expected offensive by Israel in Rafah in the south of the Gaza Strip. So there will be that close coordination on international affairs as well, making up a lot of the parts of the dialogue that's ongoing between the two sides. And we know that after his trip to Invalides, which is just down the road from where I am, then there will be the chance for those bilateral President Xi, President Macron one-on-one talks.
Certainly a lot to expect. Thank you so much for bringing us that, Ross, from Paris. Well, China and France are celebrating 60 years of diplomatic relations this year. Our reporter Gao Yiming gives us a closer look at the cooperation between the two countries across multiple sectors.
As two major representatives of Asian and European civilizations, China and France have seen their friendship stood the test of times. The leaders of the two countries have stressed the importance of their relations.
60年来，中法关系始终走在中国同西方国家关系前列。
Over the past 60 years, China-France ties have been at the forefront of China's relations with Western countries, bringing benefits to the people of both nations and contributing to world peace, stability and development.
We, China and France, have a lot to do together, a lot to do in terms of overcoming challenges faced by multiple generations and recognizing the ecological transition and solving challenges of climate change and ensuring the protection of biodiversity.
In 1964, France became the first major Western nation to normalize relations with China during the height of the Cold War. And in the decades since, China-France relations have continued to strengthen and expand. China is France's largest trading partner in Asia. The growing momentum continues into 2024. From aircraft, satellites, and nuclear power plants, to wine, cheese, and cosmetics, China-France cooperation is both high-tech and down-to-earth. Both countries are also mutually important sources of investment, particularly in technology, aviation, and infrastructure. Chinese firm AESC is building a gigafactory in northern France, which when completed next year would churn out up to 200,000 electric car batteries a year. Meanwhile, in China, French aircraft giant Airbus is building a second final assembly line, which would double its A320 production capacity in the country. Hundreds of cultural and people-to-people exchange activities have also been arranged this year to mark the China-France Year of Culture and Tourism.
France is a country of culture. China is also a country of culture. And cultural countries are countries where people have deep feeling. And we're really, I think, closely linked as peoples.
France is a popular destination for Chinese tourists, with more than 2 million people visiting the country every year before COVID. And now, with China's visa-free policy, more French people are coming to China. China and France have agreed to further expand bilateral cooperation and will also work together to face common challenges amid a rapidly changing world.
And following this latest visit for us is also our correspondent Cam Brown, and he's live for us from the Élysée Palace in Paris. Well, great to have you with us, Cam. So really, after today's welcoming ceremony, the two heads of state will be meeting at Élysée Palace, and that's where they will sit down for some really serious talks to address each other's key concerns. And right ahead of President Xi's visit, there was this article published on the French newspaper Le Figaro, and really President Xi conveyed some very clear messages of opening up, of upholding peace and stability. How has it been taken by the French public?
Yes, that article published on Sunday upon President Xi's arrival here in Paris. It went live first on the digital platform of Le Figaro, and today it's being well received. We've talked to people in the streets of Paris, and they've told us about the importance of dialogue and communication, considering China's importance in the world right now. Now, the article already has hundreds of comments on its digital platform. As always, a really wide range of views there. The article itself speaks to crucial issues for French people. It talks about China opening its markets further to international companies and to French goods, specifically mentioning agri-food and cosmetic products. France-China trade is worth around $80 billion a year, and it's not far from a 50-50 split. Over $37 billion worth of French goods being bought by China last year. So when you think about it, that's a lot of jobs, a lot of job creation. competition. So China opening its markets further is very good news for France. Culturally, in the article, President Xi Jinping is also very complimentary of France too, talking about the philosophers, artists and writers who have inspired humanity. President Xi also addresses Europe's greatest challenges right now, its greatest fears. He speaks about the Ukraine conflict, saying that he understands the repercussions of that crisis. He says that it'll get worse for the European people the longer it drags out. He's willing to work with France towards a lasting solution there. He also speaks about the conflict in Israel and Palestine and says that the real long-term solution there is a Palestinian state, something that France also agrees with. So a lot of agreement between France and China in that area. This morning we've seen a lot of people coming and picking up their morning paper, taking it out, reading it on the subway on their way to work, for example, reading it in cafes, digesting all of these words, which are calling for peace in these turbulent times.
Of course. Thank you so much, Ken, for that update from outside Élysée Palace. And now let's get some more analysis. I'm pleased to be joined here in the studio by Professor Liu Baozheng. He's Dean of the Center for International Business Ethics at the University of International Business and Economics. And also Mr. Harvey Juven, a member of the European Parliament. Great to have you both, gentlemen, on our special program. So let's talk about this. This will be President Xi Jinping's third visit to France, third state visit to France, and the first in 5 years. So, of course, the significance goes without saying. And then President Xi also says that his exchange of views with President Macron should be in the context of new circumstances. What are these new circumstances, and what kind of prospects or challenges could they bring?
Well, both France and China are really heavyweight players in the global stage, and right now, globally, we are facing a number of challenges in terms of climate change, geopolitical confrontation, and also South and North gap. And now the digital transformation, etc., whether it's going to leave some people further behind, all of which are really laid on the top table of the agenda for the responsible leaders to discuss about and where they shall lead the world into. And shall we lead the world into a more equitable and fair playground or into a catastrophe at the moment? Because now we are really standing at the crossroad. And right now, these two countries are further engaged in showing to the world that by further collaboration, by deepened understanding, and by enhancing the mutual trust, it is there to build the shared future for the humankind, and now respect the decisions of the business community instead of excessive interference is the choice to bring prosperity, which is not only beneficial to either of the country, but also to the entire world, because they are also on the top biggest economies in the world. And then to have a forward-looking and see that what is really there to be left for the future generation by building sustainable development programs, by providing the necessary aid to the developing countries and also those least developed countries, etc. So all of these are really very important agenda, and they are not only there to deal with bilateral relationship, but also set the tonality for the global leadership as what are really the priorities and what is really the direction that we should really pursue.
And the discussions between the two heads of state will really go beyond just bilateral spheres. They certainly will explore more cooperation opportunities between, for example, the relationship between China and Europe, and also exploring more about their roles on the world stage to adapt to new realities and circumstances. So, Mr. Juven, President Xi said in the written statement that with the establishment of relations between China and France, the bridge of communication between the East and West was built. What is your understanding of his words, and how has this bridge transformed over the decades?
In this statement, President Xi addressed the main threat we are facing now, This is a growing gap between the global south and the north, as well as between the east and the west. This is a very dangerous situation because we have, of course, a growing confrontation. And the main challenge, if there is only one, President Xi and President Emmanuel Macron must address during this visit, is to achieve peace in the Eurasian continent. For this, we have very complementary situations. China is a world power with a huge regional influence. France is a regional power with a worldwide influence. So we have to work together. We have to avoid our American friends' order, decoupling, de-risking, delinking between the European Union and China. We have to work together. We have to cooperate. We have to go more deeper into all these issues to achieve peace and to bring peace across the Eurasian continent. If this is the only issue of this very important official visit and these meetings, it will be so useful for China, for France, and also for the world.
There will be a lot of discussions surrounding geopolitics around the world, and of course, as Paris prepares to host the Summer Olympics, it really wishes to use this opportunity to bring peace and to honor the Olympic truce. Now, thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll be coming back to you in just a moment. In the meantime, let's hand things over now to my colleague Jamie Owen in London for some more on President Xi's visit to France. Jamie?
Mung, thank you very much indeed. Back to you a little later in the hour. Hello, I'm Jamie Owen. A very warm welcome to you. So President Xi has called for a stronger relationship between China and France to maintain world peace and stability. His comments came in an article published in the French newspaper Le Figaro. China's president said Beijing has played a constructive role in attempts to bring about peace between Russia and Ukraine, and that China stands ready to work with France and the international community to end the war. On the subject of the Middle East, President Xi called for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state as the fundamental solution to the crisis in the region. He said China and France must strengthen cooperation on peace, saying both countries had much in common in how they view this conflict. China's president also stressed the value of national sovereignty and independence, saying that China and France had helped to shape the course of history. Well, let's talk now to Jue Rui, the chairman of the independent think tank, the Bridge Tank. A very warm welcome. Good to see you. Just how significant is Xi's visit to France?
Well, it's very important because it's two nuclear powers, and it's been 5 years Xi Jinping had not come to France because of obvious reasons, COVID. And Emmanuel Macron returned to China already a year ago. So, you know, many things happen in this world, so it's good that leaders talk to each other. Let's see.
They disagree on much. What do they agree on? What key areas of cooperation might be expected to be discussed?
Well, first of all, if they agree on what to disagree, it will be good. They will agree to disagree on Ukraine, I'm afraid, because France, even though having some open positions, you know, different positions to many Western allies, still is concerned with China doing more than supporting Russia in Ukraine, and especially in the industrial apparatus of China supporting the Russian industry. So on this, they might have to disagree. On what they might agree is that industrial cooperation is important because China and France are both key industrial countries. The industrial cooperation has reached a kind of end of a cycle. So the two presidents will be busy, I think, at looking at new industrial cycles for cooperation. And on Palestine, they might be more agreeing than disagreeing.
After this visit, and we have obviously days to go, but after this visit, what would success look like?
Well, a success would be on the French side. You know that President Macron has called for a truce, an Olympic truce. It's unlikely, it will be highly difficult, but would it happen, it would be a diplomatic success on the French side. On the Chinese side, I suspect that after the elections in the EU, there might be some signs of renegotiation of the Sino-EU investment treaty would be important. The treaty got stalled a few years ago. The Chinese have the impression, kind of justified impression, that they made big moves in terms of reciprocity. They never quite understood the EU Parliament rejected the ratification of this agreement. So I think that both sides could be seen as good, positive movements, so different things. And what could be in common would be some statements about, autonomy, respect of borders, whatever it means from both sides.
What are the implications of this visit for France's relationship with the US now and after a US presidential election?
Well, precisely the now is very important because no one knows what's the after. So what is important is to mark the French position, which is strategic autonomy of Europe, and France having a strong role in that, irrespective of what happens after the US election. One has to hedge, of course, from a disorder in the world should Trump come back. That's what many analyze. But even in the Biden presidency, Joe Biden has been quite tight on his policy towards China, only because being tough on China bashing is the only bipartisan policy available in the US. So within that, France tries to navigate a bit. And again, France has to look at the interest of its industries, nuclear, automotive, new energies. On those matters, innovation has to happen with China, partly with the US, with other European partners, but with China, definitely, in terms of scaling up of those new industries, which are good for against climate change.
Pandemic lockdowns, of course, reduced all international diplomacy to perhaps, in some cases, rather tetchy exchanges on social media. I wonder how much difference it makes to have this face-to-face diplomacy where you can look each other in the eye, shake their hands, and do business together across the table.
Well, I would say that distance has not been good, of course. For a while, people having known each other, distance could be, tempered, could be managed. But then what I would say also created confusion was some untactful declarations of some diplomats, and on that, it will be important, yes, to have eye-to-eye contact, but nonetheless, the speaker of the Chinese diplomacy still remains firm on the ministry's position. So from Europe, one understands this firmness is directed at the US, but this will require a fair deal of explanation to EU leaders on what it means for the EU. And one would notice here that after President Xi meets President Macron, he goes to Serbia, he goes to Hungary, which is understandable in many ways. The president of Serbia was the only one to be present when China celebrated the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party. So, President Xi has to go there. But it would have been good had President Xi gone to another heavyweight in the EU.
Joe, good to see you. Thank you so much for your time. Joe Erua, the chairman of the independent think tank, The Bridge Tank. Well, France was among the first group of European countries granted visa-free travel to China in December. Along with Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Spain and Malaysia, visitors can now enter China without all that extra paperwork. In January, Switzerland, Ireland and Thailand were also added to that list. And in March, visa-free travel was extended to 4 more countries, including Hungary. In the first 3 months of this year, there have been more than 100,000 journeys from France to China for business, holidays and family reunions. That's an increase of 295% compared to March last year. Well, 2024 has been designated the year of France-China tourism. Our correspondent Ross Cullen reports now from Paris.
France is the most visited country in the world, so it knows a thing or two about tourism. But something countries across the globe experienced together was the impact on tourism of coronavirus containment measures.
It's true that after the period of COVID-19, the world had a tendency to turn in on itself. I think that tourism in many countries suffered a serious blow.
China has been boosting its tourism sector again. It has introduced simplified entry status for some countries in a bid to return to its successful pre-pandemic tourism levels. Some 97 million foreign nationals visited China in 2019, but that number plunged to just 4 million in 2022.
I think the idea of introducing a 2-week visa-free period is both a simple and efficient way to show again the attractiveness of the country, both for business travel and also the tourism industry.
The policy move is linked to 2024 being the year of Franco-Chinese tourism and shows the two countries have cultural ties that are just as important as the serious geopolitical points of view discussed at presidential level. France is also hoping for an increase in tourism as it prepares to host the first Olympics since Pyeongchang 2018 not to be impacted by coronavirus restrictions. Ross Cullen, CGTN, Paris.
Bernard Kouchner was France's foreign minister from 2007 to 2010. He told CGTN that France isn't alone in wanting closer ties with China.
Mr. Kouchner, thank you so much for your time speaking with CGTN. What's your evaluation of the relationship between China and France?
All the European countries, European nations, and the rest of the world, they want to be in close contact and in good relation with China, because China is a splendid and very important market for our economy. The visit of your president is so important for us, so important to have good relation with China.
And what about the relationship between China and the European Union? Do you think that France is playing a role in building this kind of relationship?
All the European nations, they are running for good relation with your country. Certainly for economical reason, why not? But also with a sort of particular consideration for the Chinese people, the Chinese society, the tradition, the historical position of your country. So this is very important for us.
Well, it's 60 years since France became the first Western country to establish diplomatic ties with the People's Republic of China. So to mark that anniversary, both countries are celebrating a year of culture and tourism. Lu Yu from the All China Youth Federation has been talking about young people's role in shaping that relationship.
The archives of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs hold a copy of a letter from King Louis XIV to the Kangxi Emperor from 1688. Since that time, ties between China and France have been very close. That's why I think that exchanges between young people of the two countries can, first and foremost, break down cultural barriers and misunderstandings. Through visits, academic cooperation, cultural exchanges, projects, art exhibitions, concerts, and language exchanges, we can directly experience the other side's culture. Experiencing a country firsthand is completely different from reading about it in books. Secondly, social problems brought about by globalization have become increasingly complex. and there is an imbalance in the development of various regions and places. I think that if the young generation, with its energy and its innovative perspectives, can join hands to play an important role in the international arena, they can jointly help realize the goal of sustainable development. In conclusion, I would also like to say that cooperation and exchanges between young people from both countries not only promotes growth and professional development at the individual level, but also lays a solid foundation for future political, economic and cultural cooperation between the two countries.
So that's a little of the flavour of how the visit of China's president to France is being viewed from Europe for the moment. From London, it's goodbye. Back to you, Meng Meng, in Beijing.
Thank you so much, Jamie, for that perspective from Europe on President Xi's visit to France. And of course, as we wait for the welcoming ceremony and bilateral talks to happen, let's continue to talk about the cultural exchanges between the two sides. And earlier we speak with Pacom Sebastian, a French student at Peking University in Beijing, to learn about his experiences inside and outside the classroom. CGTN's Wang Jianhui has the story.
我是北京中院士，家祭武王高乃。
Pacom Sebastian admires Chinese poetry, especially the works of Lu You, a patriotic writer from the Song dynasty. Apart from the literature, the 26-year-old is interested in Chinese history. Lately, he's been researching early 20th century Chinese aviation, a crucial period in the country's resistance against Japanese aggression.
So currently I'm working on the 1920s and 1930s military airplanes procurement for China. This is a very important part of the war against the Japanese. I wanted to look at how China managed to build an aviation in a very hard context, that is the context of a Republican era, especially regarding the procurement among French industries.
Exploring modern Chinese history is challenging, especially for non-native speakers like Pacom. However, he's confident in overcoming these hurdles and advancing his research.
In China, everything is in Chinese, which is logical, and so we have to adapt on that. Once the language barrier is not that complex anymore, everything is fine. Hopefully I will keep going learning Chinese, and I will apply for PhDs to conduct historical research on the Republican China, because many things have to be continued on my research.
In his free time, Pacom enjoys running around Weiming Lake, finding solace in the tranquil surroundings. He said running is a good way to stay healthy and relieve himself from the pressures of school.
Hey, Pacom. Good luck.
Pacom has made friends from different parts of the world. Together, they've explored cities like Chengdu and Chongqing, with plans to venture further across China.
We have been to Chongqing, we have, with a friend, we have been to Xi'an running a marathon. We have been to Shanghai, Nanjing, Suzhou, Huangzhou. Beautiful, lovely trip. And I want to keep going. China has too many lovely places to visit. This is infinite.
Pacom's adventure represents his desire to explore China. His mission extends beyond personal enrichment, aiming to challenge Eurocentric perspectives and embrace a more balanced worldview.
So two main reasons to study to China. First, of course, a long-standing interest in Chinese culture, language, architecture, art, and history, and I wanted to visit this country by myself. It was very important to see by our own eyes, and not only through text, what is happening in China. I was doing my master's degree research in France, and there is a criticism of centrism in social sciences, which means you are saying what you say in academic discourse because of where you come from, and you are universalizing your own point of view without paying attention to other point of view. And so I decided to take up the challenge, and I decided to study China because the state trajectory is very different from Europe, and the state culture and the overall culture is also fairly different. It definitely was not as I imagined, but this is also why I was here, to be surprised.
Pacom is one of the many French students in China. He expressed his wishes to further collaborations between the two countries.
Sino-French exchanges are multidimensional in every single domain, in politics, in economy, in environmental issues, in academia. We should keep going. For instance, to solve the climate change, we will need, of course, to cooperate.
As Packham prepares to graduate from Peking University this summer, his bond with China will continue, embarking on new chapters of discovery and collaboration. Wang Qianhui, CGTN.
And Packham Sebastian joins me here in the studio for some more discussion. Great to have you with us on our program, Packham. Bonjour.
Thank you so much for receiving me.
Thank you. So how does it feel to see yourself being featured in this story on a TV channel?
It's very strange, of course, but I think the most important today is the bilateral relationship between our two countries. So thank you very much for letting me speak about it.
Now, we know that you are very much interested in Chinese poetry, literature, history, and of course the language. You speak fluent Mandarin, and it's only your second year here in China. So what is it that makes you so interested in Chinese culture?
I mean, the list is endless. It starts, of course, with a fascination for the language, for the graphy, for the tones. For instance, we have been to an exhibition of calligraphy in Shanghai, and I'm a huge fan, of course, of the seal script. But also in philosophy, art, martial arts, cuisine, history. I am, of course, a student in history, so the millennia of history of China is, of course, the best topic to study for me. Where can I can talk for hours, for instance, about the Neo-Confucian philosophy of Jushi or Wang Yangming, or even the ancient wisdom of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, legalism. I would say this is, again, the language is the barrier, but also the key to enter into this mesmerizing culture.
And really the cultures, the essence of the cultures, the richness and the essence and the history of cultures between the two nations have really played an important part in how peoples engaged with each other and illuminated each other over the decades. Thank you so much, Packham, for sharing with us your experiences here in China as a French student. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, the Sino-French Institute is the only overseas university institution that China founded in modern times. Back in the first half of the 20th century, it cultivated many leading figures for the construction of the People's Republic of China. The city of Lyon has witnessed a long-term friendship between the two countries. Our reporter Zhao Yunfei checks out the Chinese element in Lyon.
I'm on a train from Paris to Lyon, and outside the vast farmland. More than a century ago, Lyon was the city that incubated many early revolutionaries of the Communist Party of China. And the story that built the bilateral ties goes on. Welcome to Ties That Bind, and today I'm looking for Chinese characters in the third largest city of France. In ancient times, Lyon was one of the key terminals of the Silk Road. In modern history, it is also a city where many young Chinese elites studied. This is the Lyon Sino-French Institute we're looking for, and today a special guest is waiting for me. Hi.
Hey, 欢迎欢迎.
Great to see you, Mr. Labat. Alain Labat is the vice president of the new Sino-French Institute. The history of this site can be traced back to 1921, when the original Sino-French Institute was founded.
Tout le site.
The entire site stayed in its original state of the 1920s and 1930s. Only the interior was renovated.
The pillars in this photo still exist over there.
Yes, right.
The Chinese students back then harbored dreams of saving the nation and traveled far abroad to learn new ideas, acquire new knowledge and new concepts. Between 1921 and 1946, nearly 500 students studied here. Artist Chang Shuhong and poet Dai Wangshu are among the alumni. They went on to make major contributions to China's literature and art industry. I want to show you a picture. I don't know whether you have seen this picture before.
Yes, sir, of course.
Was that you? I think that was you.
Yes, younger than now. Unfortunately.
During his state visit to France in 2014, Chinese President Xi Jinping visited this museum. Labat was among the group welcoming him.
It's so rare for someone like me to be close to a foreign president. I even couldn't get close to our president. We had a conversation with him about the relationship between the Sino-French Institute and the creation of the Communist Party in China and France.
Old side, new missions. Labatt is leading the new Sino-French Institute to build an exchange platform. As President Xi is about to pay another state visit to France, Labatt says it's an opportunity to cherish the long-lasting friendship between the two countries.
To be capable of piloting our relationship, we need to be aware of our history, because the moments we succeeded in communicating and the moments in which we failed are extremely significant.
More than 100 years ago, the Chinese students in Lyon probably couldn't imagine how China had developed to today. But one thing remained unchanged: the bond between China and France, writing new chapters of bilateral ties.
And now let's further discuss this, and we are joined here again by Professor Liu Baocheng and Mr. Harvey Juven. So gentlemen, I'm sure you've seen that earlier report on the French student studying here at Peking University. And according to figures from the Chinese Ministry of Education, there are over 46,000 Chinese students currently studying in France and over 1,500 French students enrolled at Chinese institutions. Mr. Juven, how have they helped shape the relations from a cultural perspective and people-to-people exchange perspective for the two countries?
For me, the perspective is wider than this of the good Chinese and French relationship. We have to give more and more students a taste of this wonderful asset of humanity that is the diversity of cultures and civilizations. We have to give to this French student a taste of Chinese culture and the wonderful achievements of Chinese culture along 3 to 4 millenniums. And same for Chinese students, they have to appreciate the incredible richness of French culture. For me, against some kind of globalization as uniformization of the world, the main asset of our humanity is the diversity of cultures and civilization. It is an asset and not a liability. And to give more and more students, both from China and France, the European Union and other parts of the world, a taste of this asset of the humanity is a very good way to achieve peace. It's a very good way to achieve transcultural intelligence and to avoid misunderstandings.
Really, cultures have been a mutually influential aspect in bilateral relations between China and France, because we understand that the Confucius thoughts were being felt and were being studied by French thinkers as Voltaire and Montesquieu. And also we understand that the French elements are being felt, Chinese elements were being felt in so many different aspects in France. For example, Chinese elements were featured in Versailles and many other literature works in France. But then we also know that Chinese President Xi Jinping has shown great passion for the French culture, the literature, the philosophy, and poetry. So how do you think that the interest in the culture elements would transform into deeper connections between the two countries, Professor Liu?
Well, actually, as a matter of fact, I used to serve the Dean for China-French School of Management by teaming up my University of International Business Economics with Sorbonne. And also I was one of the founders for the Sustainable Development Master Program with Bahie Dauphin. And we can really see the yearning desire for both sides really to appreciate each other's culture, and more importantly to raise the talent for the new way of management, and which is also there to build a closer tie between these two countries. And actually my students, you can see that they work now in the French banks, in French insurance companies, in French auto car companies, etc. And they are really a great aid to help the localization of French businesses, investments in China. And of course, in terms of culture, they learn both English, French, and also Chinese. So therefore, they really appreciate the language, but more importantly, the culture that embedded in those languages. And then in terms of reading, so we have a lot of compulsory reading for them. It's not only learning business skills, but they also learn some of the literature, etc. This is really a very strong tradition for Chinese people, particularly for our generation, to read more of the French literature and French philosophy over there. And also you can see that even President Xi, on his book list, he read a lot of French, artistic, and also philosophical work.
And the first generation of Chinese leaders, they studied in France.
Oh, yes.
And they brought back so many thoughts, Western thoughts from the country.
Well, they changed to China.
Right.
Zhou Enlai, Deng Xiaoping. Yeah, so this is really something that is really planting the seed which can blossom all along. And that really helped to build the trust and, more importantly, appreciation of the differences of each other, so that we can really synergize to really to benefit on both sides, and also for our children.
And of course, despite the mutual appreciation for each other's cultures, we do have to face that China and France have very different political systems. And that's acknowledged by President Xi Jinping. He was saying that the relations between China and France could be as a prime example of coexistence, peaceful coexistence, and for win-win cooperation for countries with different political systems. How would you interpret his remarks?
Well, as you mentioned, Confucius said, okay, we can work together, but we can also set aside the differences and keep those differences remain. And also the Chinese Daoists also have the yin and yang in which they can also coexist. So with the different development level, with different historical paths, and with different institutional design, definitely that's the difference. Actually, that's the beauty of the world. When everyone is doing the same, when everyone is speaking the same language, wearing the same clothes, act the same way, it's rather autonomous and also boring. So therefore, to have inclusivity, and by accommodating all the diversities, we have a more lovely life together. Now, there are different opinions over China. And for example, before there was much more of a sympathy over China's backwardness before the open door. And now there's also with such a surge of the Chinese economic might, and also Chinese behavior also changed a lot. That also gave some of the, surprise to many of those countries. And France actually is very accommodative as compared with, I should say, many other Western nations. And so during the Spring Festival, we witnessed, slews of Chinese visitors. Actually, during the high years, there are over 2 million people from China to visit France.
Now,
which
one of the favorite destinations.
Yes, which contributes to roughly 17% of the tourist income in France. And the people, I noticed the people at the airports, they know how to say ni hao and hu zhao and all of this. So this is really a gesture of friendliness. And also the Chinese Spring Festival is celebrated in Disney Park in Paris, and people wear the Chinese costumes, dealing with a dragon dance and all, etc. So this really gave China a sort of a leeway, because Chinese people, they also have a very strong sense of dignity, and so this can really help them to really alleviate some of the desires, and there's not really a strong sense of hegemony, and so this can really help, to build the ties on which economic exchanges and trade can develop. And that is also why, actually, China, if you ask the Chinese investors, so France, across the entire the Eurasian continent, France is their best choice, actually, for investment. Because they said, okay, I'm not only looking after the profitability, but also I'm looking after how I spend all the time, quality time, in the place as an expat. So this is really a very impressive landscape we are really experiencing between these two countries.
Now, gentlemen, as we are awaiting for the welcoming ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping, and of course for some bilateral talks to happen between the two heads of state, we will be watching that welcoming ceremony from Les Invalides. So the red carpet is, of course, being rolled out, and Professor Liu mentioned gesture of friendliness, friendship, of course, and certainly this is a gesture of friendship. I mean, you know, the diplomatic protocol and this sign of hospitality will be followed by some serious talks, bilateral talks between President Xi and President Macron. What will be the top item on your list of concern?
Of course, the main item is to achieve peace, and I hope both China and France could achieve some steps towards peace, both in the Middle East and in between Ukraine and Russia. Of course, there are many other issues: economic cooperation, financial stability of the world, the new bank created by the BRICS is a huge issue, how to come out the supremacy of the US dollar, how to trade outside SWIFT, how to trade outside the domination of Anglo-Saxon and Anglo-American systems. This is a huge issue for the world to come. Main issue after peace for me is the new way to achieve sound and sustainable globalization. Of course, it's about the environment, but a great deal for me is to have open doors to the diversity, not only of cultures, but, have you told, of political systems. We are not in the European Union in a situation to lecture other people, other countries, about the political way, the political system they have to follow. I am not in a position to give advices to countries like Uzbekistan. I just came back from Tashkent from an international economic forum, and I was amazed by the ability of some Western speakers to give lecture to everybody in Central Asia. Who am I to give a lecture to China, to Russia, as well to Iran, or to the United States? We have to restrain, we have to know our limits, and the more important, we have to respect other political systems, other people and other nations. And for me to achieve something between President Xi and President Macron about this mutual respect and mutual understanding of the national interest of each country is a very important issue of this meeting. Because at this moment, what is the main asset we are sharing is we are promoting our national interest. And I entirely respect the political system and the political will of my Chinese friends to promote the national interest of China. I want them to respect my call for national interest of France, and maybe this could be a very important issue of this very important meeting.
Sure. And now, gentlemen, we are watching live feed from Paris. Live pictures now of Chinese President Xi Jinping's motorcade arriving at the venue for the welcoming ceremony, the Les Invalides. And this is Chinese President Xi Jinping's third state visit to France and the first in 5 years. The visit came at the invitation of French President Emmanuel Macron, and already earlier today, President Xi has held trilateral talks with President Macron and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. This is a much anticipated trilateral meeting, and of course, this welcoming ceremony will begin bilateral talks. It will be followed by bilateral talks between the two heads of state. And we could see here from the live picture, the French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife are getting ready to welcome the Chinese guests, and together they will be addressing so many issues of common concern, bilateral issues, and of course other important agenda on the world stage. So live pictures now, we could see Chinese President Xi Jinping and his wife, Madame Peng Liyuan, being received and greeted by French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife. Well, this visit coincides with the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. They've shared long-lasting friendships, and France was the first Western country to recognize the People's Republic of China. And together, the two countries have explored different possibilities in terms of education, trade and investment, cultural links as well. And now they're trying to expand their cooperation to more fields, including energy cooperation, working together on climate change. And most recently, we've seen the French equipment being sent up into the moon on China's latest Chang'e 6 lunar mission. Live pictures now from Les Invalides in Paris. A welcoming ceremony is being held for the Chinese head of state. This is Chinese President Xi Jinping's first overseas visit in 2024. So as we mentioned, this is his third state visit to France and also the first visit there in 5 years. Also his first visit to the region, to Europe, in 5 years. And this visit is seen as a reciprocal visit by French President Emmanuel Macron last year to Beijing. So on Monday, that's the first day of the visit to France, the two heads of state will take this opportunity to talk bilateral cooperation and other issues of international importance. And day 2 of the visit will see more personal contact. French President Macron is expected to take President Xi to Pyrenees, a mountainous region that French President Macron holds dear to. He spent his childhood time there visiting his grandmother. The two heads of state have met on many occasions during their presidency. Now, a little bit more background about Les Invalides. It's a museum and memorial dedicated to France's military history. Originally commissioned by Louis XIV to provide shelter for injured soldiers. Les Invalides now houses a vast collection of military equipment, weapons, trophies, and tombs of various French military leaders. And this is a welcoming ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping, making his state visit to France. And this is the first port of call for him as he embarks on a journey to 3 European nations, France, Serbia, and Hungary. Earlier on today, President Xi and President Macron also held talks with President. Now, national anthem of the People's Republic of China. Now that was National Anthem of the Republic of France. This is a welcoming ceremony hosted by President Emmanuel Macron for visiting Chinese President Xi Jinping. The two heads of state are inspecting the guards of honor. President Xi Jinping and his wife, Madame Peng Liyuan, are being received by French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife, Brigitte Macron. President Xi Jinping began his state visit to France. Expectations are high that the two heads of state are going to use this opportunity to take bilateral relations to a higher level. And together they will be discussing a wide range of issues on the bilateral sphere and also other issues of international importance. The conflict in the Middle East, in Ukraine, trade and investment, and cooperation in cultural, climate change, science and technology, and the education sectors. Well, President Xi's visit in 2024 coincides with the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between China and France. President Macron visited Beijing, visited China last April. Live pictures now from Les Invalides. The two heads of state will be meeting for bilateral talks later today, and then they will be joined by other business leaders at an economic forum. And later in the evening, they will join their delegation for a state banquet. Now, as we mentioned earlier, this is a grand welcoming ceremony hosted by President Macron for visiting Chinese President Xi Jinping. It's being held at Les Invalides. It's a museum and memorial dedicated to France's military history. It was originally commissioned by Louis XIV to provide shelter for injured soldiers, and it now houses a vast collection of military equipment, weapons, trophies, and tombs of various French military leaders. Highlights include Napoleon's iconic bighorn hat and the Dome Church, which since 1861 has been home to the monumental tomb of Napoleon Bonaparte. Chinese President Xi Jinping is embarking on a three-nation tour to Europe, and France is his first stop. Later on Tuesday, he will be traveling to Serbia, and the last leg will be in Hungary. So right ahead of President Xi's visit, he published on a signed article at Le Figaro saying that there are clearly three messages for this visit. China's going to open up more to the wider world and will uphold peace and stability. wives of the two heads of state, Madame Peng Liguan and Mrs. Brigitte Macron. And President Xi also said that the cooperation between China and France will be mutually beneficial for both countries, in the sense that the two countries could align their development goals. China, its modernization drive, and for France, using green innovation for its re-industrialization. China and France have enjoyed momentum in their trade, foreign direct investment. But then French authorities and European authorities have also been trying to make the case of trade deficit, an issue that's likely to be addressed during bilateral talks. All right, if you've just joined me, this is our special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's state visit to France. And right there, from live pictures from Les Invalides, we saw this grand welcoming ceremony for President Xi by French President Emmanuel Macron. And now let's get back to our discussion with Professor Liu Baocheng and, of course, Mr. Zhu here. So this ceremony, of course, is a gesture of goodwill, of friendliness. And the two heads of state will really sit down together for some serious bilateral talks. What do you think will be their priority discussion?
As my friend has said, how they can really exercise the right responsibility and stand firm to defend the world peace, and then how development can be unfolded for both of these countries and also for the rest of the world, because they are really the leaders of the top economies. And then how the transformation from digital transformation to green transformation can be handled in a proper session where the shared prosperity can be delivered to most of the people, if not all, instead of enriching a small number of people. And then when the world is really also facing a huge divide between the South and North, and how we can really be able to work together to also bring up to speed some of the developing and also least developed countries to share the benefit of human progress. Then climate change is really one of the key issues that they have to touch upon. And right now, when consensus is also being built, but there are a lot of differences in terms of how the carbon trading can be priced and how the institution can be designed to make sure that there are really equitable assessment over the CO2 emission, etc. And then there also have been some phony issues to deal with, for example, different understanding over human rights issues and the trade imbalance issues, and then how the China is being able to provide a more enabling and also predictable environment for French businesses to work with China. So all of these issues are really bearing very much importance, and because it's going to exert a lot more impact on those stakeholders that is really abound.
Sure, and both China and France are important regional as well as international players. They're both permanent members of the UN Security Council. And of course, China is now the world's second largest economy. France is the number 7. They have so much potential to explore, to untap. Now, going back to our previous question, what do you think will be the issues topping their discussion when the two heads of state meet later today?
Let me say 3 different things. Of course, when we are speaking about climate change, when we are speaking about environmental issues, the main threat and the worst situation is war. War is very bad for the environment, very bad for biodiversity, very bad for sustainable resources. We are first to achieve peace. Second, let me say, I just got the news. My first grandson is 8 years old. Because of this visit of President Xi Jinping in France, he has decided this afternoon to have Chinese as his first foreign language. This is the impact of this kind of official visit. And this is to say, on the daily citizen, that's an important event happening in France at the moment. Third, about cooperation at the highest level. We have to give a new way to globalization. And this can be a major issue both for China and for France. And let me say that on the institutional side, diplomatic discussions, it's excellent to advance together. But we have to advance and we have to build people-to-people cooperation. 2 weeks ago, I attended a meeting at the UNESCO Forum in Paris on a great philosopher of China, Zhao Tingyang, in a very interesting statement. He put on the table, Descartes, French philosopher, told us, I'm a human being because cogito, I think. And Zhao Tingyang told, there is a better way to be a human being. It is factio, je fais, I am doing something. If we are doing something together on a people-on-people basis, that is Notre-Dame de Paris rebuilding with the help of Chinese friends. This is terracotta soldiers in Xi'an with the help of some French technicians and workers. People-to-people cooperation is the best way to achieve good understanding, good friendship, and lasting cooperation. I hope this visit will be the opportunity for people-to-people cooperation on very concrete and very precise issues. We have a lot to do about our cultures, our old monuments, our paintings, and so on and so on. And this visit could be a very good occasion to build people-to-people cooperation opportunities.
Sure, and I mean, congratulations on your grandson's birthday. And already the impact of this visit is being felt by a young citizen, a child as young as him. And then just imagine over the 60 years, over the 6 decades, and even before the establishment of bilateral ties, how the culture and the philosophy, the thoughts and the literature of both nations have influenced generations of people growing in these two countries.
Yeah, definitely. From the French missionaries actually to spread the new technologies from the actually the Renaissance and the Great Enlightenment into China, and then all the way to build the Navy shipyards, and in the recent history, and then all the way to work with China to deal with the nuclear power stations, now the hydro the power stations, and then with all the financial cooperation, because France is very much the key to develop the financial service within China, from bank to insurance and also to reinsurance, etc. And then for people that are really engaged, the tourists is really something that's really attractive on both sides. For learning opportunities, there are more than 30,000 the Chinese students studying in France. And more of the French students are really coming to China to learn not only the language but also to enjoy the culture. And I think on a personal note, the food is more mutually admirable, because the French food is really something that most of the Chinese people like as compared with other countries, and of course Chinese cuisine. I think that would be one of the attractions for you to come to China often for the last 40 years, right?
We are very close friends when speaking about how to cook, how to appreciate good meals.
Our culinary traditions are
and also
very
at the
rich.
back of the mind, it's really to appreciate difference. That really something that can really bring us to have a closer sharing in many of those issues. If someone is different, is shoved off, so my way or highway, you can hardly really build the trust and work on a deeper level. So I could see that French engineers and the French business leaders, well, not to mention the French professors here working with my schools, they are really extremely accommodative. They first would listen and watch what is really going on and build a rationale before they say, oh, no, this is not the way. So this is something that our Chinese, I also been teaching, telling my faculty and also our students to learn this way. To learn to really to listen and to watch before you make a judgment. So this type of exchange really helped a great deal, and that helped to enrich not only the understanding but also to build the all the trust level and also enrich your own personality who is really influenced by this atmosphere.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for that analysis. And now let's talk to my colleague Wang Guan. He's live for us now from Paris. He's following President Xi's visit there very closely. What do you have for us, Wang Guan?
Maman, greetings. Hi there, live from Paris, France. As you can see, we're across from the Eiffel Tower, the beautiful setting, a beautiful day here in Paris. And we have with us Professor Toker. Professor, it's so good to see you again in person after so many years doing Skypes and Zooms and cross lives. There's so many ways to look at this state visit, the first of its kind in 5 years, conducted by a Chinese leader to your country. What's special about this visit?
Many things are special. And many of the things which are special are delicate. Because you can't really, at this point in time, about not even halfway through the stay of President Xi in France, you don't really know to what extent would the so-called positive elements overcome the so-called negative elements. So each of the items on the plan, on the program of the two presidents could be problematic and could be actually sort of a breakthrough. Because there are many issues between these two great countries which are right now on the edge of things. And this is perhaps why the visit could be very useful, but could perhaps also bring things into more edgy sort of atmosphere.
Yeah, talking about breakthroughs, the expectations are very high. For one, to secure this strategic friendship between the two countries. France was one of the very, very few countries who could resist Western pressures during the height of the Cold War to recognize the People's Republic over the dissident minority regime, allied by another regime.
General de Gaulle's breakthrough, a very important
so
step.
Strategic
in the 60s.
autonomy was embedded in his thinking and perhaps his blood.
Absolutely, and it has stayed, it has remained in the French DNA of making diplomacy and thinking strategy. Although we are 60 years later, things have changed to different respects. President Macron, for example, does not come from the Gaullist way of looking at things, but this extraordinary step which General de Gaulle took in '64 in recognizing the People's Republic of China has stayed in a way which surpasses the punctual act of the '60s.
And this time around, expectations are also on potential deals between Chinese buyers and Airbus. We know that China is a major buyer of Airbus, especially in light of the rivalry insisted from Washington on Beijing, there has been a visible reduction of purchases of Boeing airplanes, and in lieu of that, we bought a whole lot of Airbuses from France. Things like that, also on renewables, industries. What areas do you expect to see breakthrough this time around when it comes to economic and trade ties?
I saw in some of the publications in the French press and French experts actually mentioning the 50 Airbus planes,
50.
which are 50, which are on the table, so to speak. But I also saw some doubts as to, you know, whether it will come through or not, and if it does come through, whether during these 2 days of President Xi's visit would be the moment to announce it or to formalize it, to officialize it. So it's not yet done, at least in the minds of the French interlocutors. But if you ask me what are the most important things, I think right now on the French side or the European side, it is not perhaps the economic and trade-minded issues, but perhaps more the strategic ones related to the war, mainly in Ukraine, and to the overall strategic map, the big map, US,
of course,
Europe, Russia, China, other partners really, and the fact that President Putin of Russia is expected in Beijing in 2 or 3 weeks, I understand, makes it even more interesting through that point of view of the major crisis which Europe goes through for over 2 years now, namely the war between Ukraine and Russia.
We know that France, namely President Emmanuel Macron, was among the first Western leaders to ever approach President Putin after the dispute, the conflict, the crisis in Ukraine. And France has been very much practicing this strategic autonomy. Emmanuel Macron said that Europe should not be America's followers, should not be America's vassal state when it comes to the question of Taiwan, when it comes to how to deal with China. Do you expect this state visit, you know, one-on-one between President Xi, President Macron, taking the Chinese president to the maternal grandmother's place tomorrow, hopefully, will maybe consolidate this traditional friendship when it comes to strategies?
Could be, but could also get on a more perilous sort of path, because this is very delicate. We should keep in mind that France traditionally, all the way back for almost a century or 80 years, has been very adamant on its ambition. Indeed, France is part of the West, is an integral part of the West, West Europe, the global West. But the French diplomacy had always emphasized these variants of what you called a minute ago strategic autonomy. France is always a little bit different, and of course do not consider itself to be a vassal of Washington, that's for sure. Will that be enough in order to warm up things regarding strategic issues, the war, trade and commerce, when President Xi and President Macron sit facing each other? I'm not sure, because on the agenda there are many, many loaded issues.
Of course, there are many loaded issues, but talking about France's independent foreign policy, many people have fond memories of the Cold War days, for example, when the U.S. insisted on having this blockade, not just an embargo, but the total blockade of Cuba. France and Europe had a more subtle, a more delicate position, you know, insisting on trade ties, people-to-people ties, you know, helping the Cuban people instead of indiscriminately imposing sanctions on the very people that Washington said it would help. And also on Iran, China and France worked together on this P5+1 deal, which really helped Iran in many ways to become a part of the international family. I saw Iran Airlines office down the road in Champs-Élysées, which is not far from here. Do you expect such patterns to prevail when there's so much uncertainty, when there's so much Cold War mentality, so much blocks forming imposed by one side on the other?
I don't know whether these patterns are going to prevail. I know that they exist, and there are good chances that they are staying with us in the context of the larger map, of the larger zoom over the picture. And as recently as a few months ago, when President Macron had his visit in Beijing, he actually made a statement which made Washington angry and other European partners angry in the context of Taiwan, which is so important to a Chinese overall way of looking at the world. So President Macron is known for his surprises. Sometimes the surprises fall on the left-hand side, sometimes they fall on the right-hand side, sometimes they are pleasure to hear for his hosts, which was the case in Beijing, I think in April of last year. Sometimes it's less pleasant. Will we have one of those rounds again today and tomorrow during the stay of President Xi in Paris? I don't know, but it's possible. Don't forget that Macron is a young politician. He's not bound by traditions which go back several decades. He appreciates a sort of intuitive contact, humanly and politically. So
that
things
is
could happen.
quintessential French, no? Many would argue. I have French friends, and they struck me as creative, critical thinkers. You cannot get more critical than a French. Very interesting people, sense of humor, and also, like you said, unpredictable.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess this is a compliment. I take it as a compliment. Will you be kind enough to present your friends to me? Because I have some problem finding people who are creative and have sense of humor and have a lot of charm. But if you have some friends, I'll be glad to meet them.
I'm meeting some of them these days in France. Maman, you know, by talking to so many experts, we're reminded of so many facts that's overlooked by Western headlines. For example, there are 40,000 students in France, French students, studying Chinese right now. And actually Chinese is the largest non-European foreign language studied by primary school kids and the middle school students here in France. So much said about the cultural bonds and educational bonds between our two peoples, two very proud peoples, two ancient civilizations, and two great powers, permanent members of the UN Security Council, expected to play an even larger role. Back to you, Mama.
Sure. Thank you so much, Wang Guan, for bringing us all that analysis from Paris. And of course, cultural exchanges and cross-civilization communication have always been a key part of how the two countries engaged and illuminated each other. In the meantime, CMG has held a celebration on the 60th anniversary of diplomatic ties between China and France. This comes as Paris is hosting the Chinese president for a state visit. Focusing on people-to-people exchanges, TV shows and multimedia co-productions were put on display that were co-created by the two countries. Media and political figures, including former French prime ministers, head of CMG, and former Deputy Secretary General of the UN were present at the event. And they said they hope to facilitate understanding and take China-France relations to a new level. Well, China-France cooperation has continued to expand over the past decades, and now we're watching some more live feed from Paris. Chinese President Xi Jinping and his wife Peng Liyuan have begun their visit there. This is President Xi's first visit to France in 5 years. They are being received by French President Emmanuel Macron and First Lady Brigitte Macron. And earlier today at Les Invalides, there was this welcoming ceremony for the visiting Chinese president. And the two world leaders, alongside European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, held talks earlier at Élysée Palace. And France is the first port of call for Chinese President Xi Jinping. This trip will also take him to Serbia and Hungary. So President Xi will be in France for 2 days, and the first day of the visit focuses on discussions, bilateral and also trilateral, not only with President Macron, but also President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. And the second day of his visit there will be focusing on more personal contacts. All right, now you're watching our special coverage of this visit, and now let's get back to our studio guests here. So we were talking about this trade relation that's been gaining momentum, and we are seeing increasing trade volume between the two countries. But then there was this issue of trade imbalance that the French authorities would hope China to work out, and this is one of their common goals that they've been pursuing.
Well, at good times, the bilateral trade could reach to 100 billion US dollars, which is really phenomenal, given the efforts of the business community and also the support of the two governments. And yes, there has been trade imbalance, but we have to really look at in a more objective way. One is that the French investment in China has been on a rapid growth. So therefore, when more of the French capital is coming to China and make it locally, and then they export back to France and to EU, so therefore it contributes to the growth volume of the Chinese export, but the French companies are making the money. So this is really a fact. And also the fact that the entire EU is complaining about the Chinese ferocious export of the e-vehicles to the market. Actually, the less than 1% of the e-vehicles exported to the EU market are really made by indigenous Chinese companies. So it's all the EU companies and American companies who also join hands in China, so they make it. And as a matter of fact, that when China is also boosting its also overseas investment, so we can really mitigate this type of trade imbalance. So for example, when you see that when more of the Chinese companies are through merger and acquisition or greenfield investment, they get settled in France, they make it locally, they hire local people, and they pay the local salary. And so that's made in France. It's no longer export from China. So therefore, we have to look at this in a more dynamic fashion than simply look at the figures. And secondly, how these two countries can streamline some of the hurdles that are still in the way of small trade, for example, in terms of agricultural trade. And China has really done a great job in facilitating the custom procedures and particularly introducing the digitization operation in terms of also inspection and quarantine services. And France is rather slow in that regard. And they are very protective over their agricultural industries. And then China also needs to boost its own domestic consumption power because there's a lot more potential that really needs to be further unleashed. So eventually it is the Chinese consumers, you and me, are really opening our pocket to buy either made in France or made anywhere else. So by growing the Chinese economy and by boosting the Chinese consumption power, and particularly seeing the rising middle income class, and so the companies are really seeing the hope. So they are here not only to pick the low-hanging fruit, they are also investing in fertilizing the Chinese consumption market. And then also global competition is also the third reason that addresses the trade imbalance issues, because right now Chinese companies, Chinese consumers are having so many choices to buy. So your French dairy products, French cheese, you are competing not only with the Chinese, actually, the manufacturers, but also with the New Zealand companies, with Australian companies, with Dutch companies, etc. So you've got to find a way that to really outcompete some of the rising competitors on the Chinese landscape. Now, the market economy in China is really providing the dynamic fashion for competition, and then the one that is really care about the market, but also with reasonable price and also with good quality, will survive, and that can really help to mitigate some of the trade imbalance issues.
Now, as a member of the European Parliament, Mr. Juven, are you convinced by Professor Liu's argument, or do you have a rebuttal to make?
I will speak mainly as a French citizen. We must achieve two things. We must achieve strategic autonomy. That was the words of President Macron. I entirely agree with him.
He's a very strong advocate.
It's a very strong advocate of strategic autonomy, first for France, after that for the European nation. And to achieve that, we have, second thing, to achieve diversify our providers. This is the way we could improve our international trade relations. First way is to improve the Silk Road. We have to renew and we have to continue this main infrastructure project, but because at the moment you have railways full of goods coming from China to Western Europe, the return is not true. You have not the same trains full of goods coming from Western Europe to China. And this is a very precise issue about trade imbalance. How to balance that? You know perfectly well, huge successes of French luxury brands, huge successes of some agricultural French products, but we have to improve that. To improve that, we have surely to consider financial assets and financial managing funds to invest in China. On the other way, most Chinese funds, Chinese banks, to invest in France. We have to define different projects. I will say three. On the environmental issues, we have made a lot of breakthrough in France, and we can share a lot of things about natural fertilizers without chemical products. On a very different industry, I'm a little interested in the soccer, the football players, and the soccer entertainment industry. This is just the beginning of this major worldwide industry in China. France has a great role to play to improve Chinese development in the soccer entertainment industry. And third example, of course, is about nuclear power plant. Emmanuel Macron has defined a very precise and very interesting project for France to rebuild 6 + 8 nuclear power plants in France. But we need industrial capacities. Some of these industrial capacities are from Rosatom in Russia. It's impossible to work with them. We can work on these nuclear power plants in France as well as in China, and it could be very useful to counterbalance the major disequilibrium between our two countries.
Yeah, I think another issue is the looming large word of de-risking. De-risking, actually, the justification is really less trust to reduce dependence on each other. And actually, this is really the word that invented by the European Union and followed by the United States. So, with the sort of de-risking by reducing dependence, by reshaping the supply chain, it gives many the foreign companies, particularly European companies, French companies included, a sort of misconception that how do I really reshape the global supply chain now that I'm deeply rooted within China? And now, if you read the European report, so we want to reduce more of the reliance on the Chinese supply of intermediaries. And now there's further investigation into the countervailing duties of the Chinese e-vehicles, etc. So this way, it can really add further trade imbalance in that regard. So right now, I hope that with this visit, when two leaders are meeting with each other, actually Macron was a strong proponent to have the countervailing investigation into the Chinese e-vehicles.
That's right.
But of course, I know that he was pushed by D10s and some of the competitors over there. But he is also very keen to attract more of the Chinese investment, particularly in the telecommunication industry, in the shipping industry, and also in developing the solar panels and other new energy gates. So, these are really the issues that hopefully they can give more assurance to the business community to move forward with more predictability.
And now more on the business community, gentlemen. In China, there are over 2,000 French firms, and over half of them have set up their offices in the country's financial hub, Shanghai. from food and beauty to hardcore industries. Our reporter Chen Tong takes a closer look at how a French lifestyle could be accessed here in the city.
In this story, I'm going to show you how you could adopt a French lifestyle in Shanghai.
Bonjour.
Not bad. Do you think French people can live without cheese?
No.
But before we get started, let's hear about the Chinese people's first impressions of France.
浪漫、自由，还有美食。
艺术品。
时尚还有科技，应该是浪漫。美食之都。
Okay, let's get started from food.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, bienvenue, 你好.
Wow.
Bienvenue à la crèmerie.
So many types of cheese.
Yes, we have here 30 kind of panel of like what we can find in France.
This is a store in Shanghai city center that only sells French cheese. You can find Chinese people's favorite brie and famous Comté and blue cheese. But this one you might or might not dare to try. Known as French stinky tofu, the livrade.
So, this is funky, a bit ammonia. If you are afraid of that, you can avoid with the custard, skin outside.
It has the smell of the sticky tofu in China.
Yeah.
Let me taste it. Not bad.
Not that strong. There's a bit of bitterness compared to the creamy brie.
Sales at the store jumped by over 18% in the first quarter this year. Now it takes just a week for cheese to be shipped from French farms to the Chinese people's dining tables.
It's been a long time it's imported, but it's recently people start to try more and more different types of cheese.
During winter with fondue, I put with fondue. Yeah, it's kind of your hot pot. And if no, daily with bread and cheese and eggs.
我们小朋友比较喜欢吃奶酪，然后我正好上次是看到有推荐这家有比较多品种的奶酪。
Sometimes walking on the streets of Shanghai, you'll see French-style architecture. And here, a new French fragrance series has made its debut.
In front of us, you have the Versailles and Prud'homme collection. It has been a sort of homecoming for Prud'homme. Prud'homme used to be the royal wax manufacturer back in the 17th and 18th century and used to supply Versailles.
You heard him right. The brand Prud'homme has a history of 381 years. In 2022, the brand opened its first flagship store in China, right at Shanghai's iconic commercial landmark Xintiandi.
You came to Shanghai this time only for this debut of the new series.
Yes, I'm here precisely and exclusively for the Versailles and Prud'homme launch. We're extremely satisfied with the direction the brand is taking in Shanghai and in China in general, where we have, again, a tremendous followership.
Well, to be honest, when talking about France, the first thing that comes to my mind is beauty. After a series of tests, the staff recommend me an essence, which is only one of a dozen essences the brand offers. You may not be familiar with this French beauty brand, but its products can be found in China's premium spas. It wasn't until 4 years ago that the brand decided to enter the market itself.
Along with the business development, we have the full confidence with this market. That's why we decided to invest the subsidiary company registered in Shanghai.
French companies in Shanghai are not just about fashion and lifestyle. There are also those operating in conventional industries like this one.
Diagnostic solution provided by Monsieur's arrival in Shanghai can be traced back to early 2000. Now Shanghai is the third headquarters for the firm in the world. The company's manufacturing plant in the nearby city of Suzhou, which just opened at the end of last year, has an annual production capacity of 5.8 million cultural flasks.
We have the reagent manufacturing here, and we are going to expand to the instrument manufacturing. But at the same time, we want to expand the partnership here to have a more local, innovative solutions to answer the needs of the local market.
From food to fashion to manufacturing, it's estimated that there are 2,000 French companies in China. Over half of them have set up headquarters in Shanghai.
It's a city where French elements can be easily found. As the international financial hub, Shanghai has long been a witness of the friendship between China and France. 陈彤 CGTN 上海。
Are you watching CGTN's special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France? French President Emmanuel Macron just held a welcoming ceremony for President Xi at Les Invalides. And now let's hand things over to my colleague Zhong Shi, who will bring you more details as the two leaders sit down for bilateral talks. And now we're going to leave you with highlights of President Xi's visit on Monday so far.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there to see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
In a world of unprecedented challenges, two countries are teaming up.
Climate change is about to change everything.
China and France, united by common goals.
It's opening a new door in science.
Working together is always much better than working alone.
Join us on an extraordinary journey. Witness the power of cooperation and the wonders of science. Viva la Tech, only on CGTN.
Hello, you're watching CGTN and welcome to our special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France. I'm Zhong Shi, live in Beijing. French President Emmanuel Macron has held an official welcoming ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping at Les Invalides. The two heads of state also observed divisions from the French Republican Guard and troops from the French Army, Air Force, and Navy. Les Invalides is a museum and memorial dedicated to France's military history. It now houses collections of military equipment and memorials of notable French military leaders. And now for more on the cooperation between both sides on energy and agriculture, let's go live to my colleague Jamie Owen in our CGTN London studio. Jamie, what do you have for us this hour?
Zhong Shi, thank you very much. Hello, I'm Jamie Owen, and a very warm welcome to you. Well, over the past 60 years, since their diplomatic relations were established, China and France have strengthened cooperation in a number of fields. As President Xi meets Emmanuel Macron, common interests in farming, climate and energy are all expected to be on the agenda. Let's take a closer look at some of those key areas of the Sino-French cooperation. From French farms to Chinese tables, that's the advertising campaign branding behind a recent push in agricultural trade. French wine exports to China alone amount to over $660 million a year. The two countries have a common interest in nuclear energy. French-owned electricity giant EDF is the primary foreign investor in China's energy sector. It owns 30% of a joint venture in the Daebei nuclear power plant in Guangdong. Well, let's talk now to Isabel Hilton, the London-based writer and broadcaster and the editor of China Dialogue. Isabel, welcome. Let's do the big picture first of all, the broad brush stuff. Just how significant is this visit from Xi to France?
Well, I think it's significant for both sides. This is the first outing of Xi Jinping to Europe in some time, and things have really changed since his last visit. For Macron, he's got 3 years left to run. He can't stand again. He likes to play the statesman. He has a particular view of how foreign policy should be conducted by France and by the European Union, and so he likes to be visible in these very important conversations. And there are serious things, of course, to discuss for both sides.
Let's drill down in particular on energy and the areas that China and France are increasing cooperation. What might we expect to come out of this visit?
I think that, I mean, as you said, France and China have a very, very long-standing collaboration on nuclear energy. And actually, if you look at France's energy profile, it's quite similar to China's. There's a much larger share of nuclear energy. But apart from the nuclear, there is hydro and an increasing interest in renewables. So it's a good fit for collaboration with China. And the big state-owned company, EDF, has built up a relationship of trust since the 1970s, actually, when they first signed a nuclear cooperation deal, and have been involved in building plants, in all kinds of operations, and quite important to China's build-out of its own civil nuclear energy. And I think that now that EDF is also branching out into other areas, we can expect more cooperation, for example, on waste management, on actually how you manage aging nuclear plants, because China's getting to that stage. There's a great deal around nuclear energy that requires collaboration and input, and I think China finds that quite helpful. EDF finds that quite profitable. So they can work together on a whole range of things, like managing nuclear materials and so on. But also, given that China now has a big lead in renewables, France has quite a lot to gain by collaborating on particularly wind energy with China. So, you know, building these relationships in what is otherwise quite a tricky moment between China and Europe is going to stabilize, at least for France, aspects of the relationship.
Both China and France have pledged to work towards pretty ambitious decarbonisation goals and transition towards renewable energy. I mean, is this any more than rhetoric? I mean, it's a bit motherhood and apple pie, isn't it? I mean, the world's emissions continue to accelerate. Are these any more than warm words?
Well, they are. I mean, you're right. Nobody is moving fast enough. Nobody's doing enough. China is meant to peak quite soon. We're all rather waiting for that moment because the level at which China peaks will determine how hard it is to get to net zero by 2060, as China has promised. France, of course, is part of the European effort, and it is, it is a serious effort. It takes a lot of time and energy and investment to change pretty much everything we do in terms of energy base, in terms of transport, in terms of food production, how we do agriculture. All of these are absolutely fundamental to everyone's economy, and we pretty much have to change them all. And one of the things which isn't really helping to be honest, is the war in Ukraine, which is draining off budgets. It's making European countries think more about security than about climate. And, you know, there's a limited amount of money to spend. And a lot of that is going into defense. So one of the great hopes, I think, that Macron has of this visit is that Xi Jinping will use his considerable influence with Vladimir Putin and get him to withdraw and reach a peace settlement in Ukraine so that we can go back to concentrating on climate. Because if this goes on, climate is definitely going to suffer.
If deals are done, cooperation is achieved on energy projects that you talked of earlier, how might that relatively tangible progress influence the wider and perhaps more difficult relationship?
Well, you know, building trust through collaboration, through practical projects is pretty important. And once both sides invest in a joint project, then they both have an interest in maintaining stability in the relationship. And, you know, the relationship between China and Europe, it's no secret that it is having quite a difficult patch right now. Macron is one of the more active players in that relationship, and he has always been he's always embraced the idea that, which is a very French idea, that Europe should have its own foreign policy, its own security and defense policy, and so on. And that, I think, has, you know, it's difficult to maintain that if there are a lot of distractions. So these practical projects, the fact that you can demonstrate mutual benefit in such an important field as energy, helps to make the argument. It strengthens his hand in Europe if he can demonstrate that there are real benefits on both sides. Otherwise, there's a tendency to drift off into mutual recrimination and a loss of cooperation. So then we do get empty words. So I think it's very important that these projects be seen to flourish and that they be seen to deliver.
Isabel, good to talk to you again. Thanks so much for coming on the programme. Isabel Hilton, the writer and broadcaster and editor of China Dialogue. Well, let's talk now to our correspondent, Ken Brown, watching events for us in Paris. Ken, I don't know if you heard our previous contributor, Isabel, saying that President Macron likes to play the statesman. What does he get out of this?
Yes, Jamie, well, we're outside the Élysée Palace here, where trilateral talks have been held earlier between President Xi, President Macron, and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. There was a welcome announcement for France on President Xi's arrival when a statement was released about China opening its markets further to foreign companies. There was an article also in Le Figaro newspaper. President Xi there specifically talked about French agri-food products and cosmetics, about how French products are desired by Chinese people, how they can make life better for Chinese people. Now, when you look at trade between the two countries, I mean, we're talking about a whopping $80 billion a year. That's almost 50 to $37 billion of that is China buying French products and services. So the French economy can certainly get a lot out of this, a hugely important relationship economically. Further areas of cooperation that Macron is looking at is green energy. China now the biggest market for green energy, also the biggest producer of green technology like solar panels and wind turbines, things like that. China and France have also been working closely together for years on a massive nuclear fusion plant in the south. It isn't all good news at the moment. There are some trade disputes. We see investigations from both sides. The EU currently investigating electric car subsidies from China. China currently investigating brandy or cognac. So that could particularly hurt the French market. I think Macron wants to keep this relationship, you know, close with President Xi, as we heard your guest earlier talk about the Ukraine war. President Xi has a big influence there. That's one of the hopes for the French president. point. Now, the way that he's going to keep that relationship close is quite a personal relationship between both. When President when President Macron visited China last year, they went on quite a personal tour to Guangzhou, to the pine forest there. They had a tea ceremony in a place formerly owned by Xi's father. Macron is going to return the favor by bringing President Xi to the south of France, where his grandmother grew up at the foot of the Hautes Pyrenees. So that relationship, we've heard words like chemistry being used between the two leaders. Macron wants to stay close to the leader of the second biggest economy in the world. So looking for a lot of different results here, particularly in trade and climate. And in the next couple of hours, we're going to see some joint statements, and we'll bring you all the breaking news from the Élysée Palace.
Ken, thank you for that. Our correspondent Ken Brown in Paris. Eric Alouzet is president of the France-China Friendship Group in the French National Assembly. He spoke to CGTN about how China and France are continuing to collaborate on climate challenges.
Parce que les enjeux sont immenses.
The ecological transition is a profound change in society, and it will not happen overnight. Hunger in the world is also a major issue, but we agree both on the diagnosis and on the means to be implemented. After that, it can be very complicated, as I said before, but these are the subjects on which there is the most proximity, the easiest to find agreements, and I think that systematically, China and France are embarking on this global challenge together. We saw the presence of Premier Li Qiang last year at the summit in Paris on the new financial pact, for example. China was present as early as 2015 on the climate pact, even though the United States was leaving at the same time from the Paris Accord. And therefore, we are really hand in hand.
Well, cooperation between China and France extends to science. Chinese researchers are part of an international team working on the world's largest nuclear fusion experiment. Researchers at France's International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor are attempting to harness the energy from the same scientific reaction that powers the sun and stars. More than 100 Chinese scientists are taking part. Neil Cairns reports.
This place is huge. It's the biggest structure I've ever been in. It's absolutely mind-boggling. You've got people from 35 different countries collaborating on this amazing project.
Yes, we need all kinds of expertise globally. The cultural differences is difficult, but actually important. Very, very important side to have this, all the different countries to join this and bring the expertise. So it's great.
Everywhere we went on site, there were people from different countries working together. For example, the tokamak assembly contract was awarded to a Chinese construction team. They've started work assembling the central solenoid, which is the backbone of ITER's magnet system. 13 metres tall and 4 metres wide, it's made up of 6 independent coil packs that were built in the US. How many people do you have here from China working on this project?
It depends on the workload. In the peak time, we have more than 100 workers, about 50 or 60 management team, including engineers and designers.
The magnets themselves were built in the United States, but your consortium has been hired to assemble it.
Exactly. It's not only a simple assembly, put something together or weld them together.
Don't worry, I didn't think it was simple. The last stop on our visit, the tokamak pit. Oh my goodness. In that D-shaped instrument, the plasma will be sitting where? About halfway?
First, start from the central of the vacuum vessel.
Yes.
Okay, the central line of the vacuum vessel.
And in the middle of that plasma, it will be how hot?
Okay, the nominal design of the plasma of ITER in the operation situation, that will be 150 million degrees.
And then on the outside...
It's very amazing.
It is. It's just... I can't even get it in my head. But on the outside here, where I can see this huge magnet, how cold will it be?
Okay, it's around 4K, you know.
So the temperature of the middle of a star to the depths of deep space in what? 5, 8 meters?
Yes, several meters, 5 or 8 meters. Yeah.
Unbelievable. What will the world be like when we have working fusion power plants?
You can imagine it could replace the oil. It will for sure change our life, change the world a lot. It's like when people, human, learn how to use fire.
Yes.
This is the second fire of the human in our history.
Jiang Holong trying his very best to explain nuclear fusion to Neil Cairns. Well, that's it for now from all of us here at CGTN Europe in London. It's back to the team in Beijing and Zhongshe.
And Jamie, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Energy cooperation between China and the EU is a key factor in maintaining strong relations. CGTN sat down with Hugh Slater, climate and energy specialist at Client Earth. He said the two sides should work together to find shared economic values.
For the energy transition, we need to go fast to deal with climate change. To do the energy transition quickly, we need these key technologies to get cheaper and cheaper over time, right? So that we can apply them in the marketplace. We need to find ways that the energy transition is both quick, but also has benefits for people in all countries, right? Economic benefits. So that means that we need to work together to try to find ways where economic value and jobs and all of those important things can be found on both sides.
What do you see as China's role in EU's energy transition and vice versa? What's EU's role in China's energy transition?
It's critical. It's critical to just take some of the key technologies that we're using today to decarbonize, right? Solar power, wind power technology. The way that China has managed to bring the cost of these technologies down through application domestically within China has meant that it's much more affordable for other countries, including Europe, to deploy them in their own countries. So that's really, really important. And obviously vice versa as well. So China is also learning from Europe. One of the key pillars of decarbonization in Europe has been carbon pricing and the carbon market. China is also implementing its own carbon pricing mechanism. So this sort of bilateral engagement, which is long-standing and a very strong point for international cooperation on climate, I think, the EU-China relationship, it's important that we keep that going in the future.
I want to spend some time with my studio guests here, Professors Liu Baocheng and Jiang Gong. Professors, fantastic to both of you joining us on our special program today. Let's talk about energy cooperation between China and France. Civil energy in particular has been a focal point of their energy cooperation. France was actually one of the first Western countries to cooperate with China on civil nuclear energy. Professor Liu, starting with you, how beneficial has that been for China?
Actually, I visited RTF office a number of times, and they are highly committed with China because they do see the Chinese great shortage of energy. As a matter of fact, over the years, our reliance on the imports of the fossil-based energy has been on a rapid rise, and so therefore the nuclear power is the most reliable and clean energy that can really be provided for the Chinese big guzzler of energies because we are making for the rest of the world. We have the biggest manufacturing hub and supplying more than 30% of all the manufactured goods to the rest of the world. So therefore, we are doing the dirty job, for most of the part of the world, and we have to consider the alternative way of dealing with our energy supply. China has abundant coals, but the coal is there. That's not really very much environmentally friendly, and we also have to improve our washing technology with the coal, etc. So, it turned out to be the right strategy. Europe really has been lingering around, and there has been controversy, particularly between France and Germany with regard to whether they need to have nuclear energy, etc. Now, I think many of them are really regretting for the stallment of building more of the nuclear ones. And now, so from the Bay Area and to many parts. So nuclear one is something that is highly important. And it's not only within China. Actually, the joint venture between RDF and the Chinese nuclear power group has been also exploring a lot of new opportunities over the Belt and Road countries. So this is something that's actually, as President Xi mentioned, that we need to work together on a third country basis. So, and the other is that we can see that the energy transformation is giving a huge leeway for the companies, French companies who are really committed with China. And now, from a nuclear now to the hydraulic power, now to hydrogen power. Actually, I introduced one company from France actually to build a second assembly line to build a hydrogen power. Now it's being more actively used for the heavy lifts and for even for public buses, which is really a direction for the new energy transformation, because when the wind power and solar power they are on the increase, but they are more scattered. But the hydrogen power is really a solution for the future. So China and France really have a large room, and more importantly, with the commitment and trust to work together, given the past experiences on energy transformation.
We're calling this cooperation, but in the very beginning, this was more of a one-way street, because France was more advanced than China at the time, decades ago, with nuclear technology. Professor Gong, is this a two-way street now? Are both sides pitching in terms of technology, in terms of political will, because it obviously helps with the green transition here?
Well, I think both sides have their respective advantages, comparative advantages. As you point out, Professor Liu has pointed out that France is very strong, very much ahead in nuclear technologies, but China has a really strong edge in solar power. We are really the driver that has driven the price of solar power down to a very low level, from over $100 per watt to something less than 20, 30 cents per watt these days. And I think the cooperation between China and France in the solar panel area, let's just say, it's actually a lot of potential. It's not just, keep in mind...
It's rather untapped for now, for the time being.
Well, we have to keep in mind, France is not just about the piece of France in Europe. France is actually a lot of overseas territories, these islands scattered around in Indian Ocean and South Pacific Ocean. And these countries, think about these countries, what power do they have, right? Solar power, cannot be more ideal than that. I think, there's a huge potential between China and France in terms of cooperation in that area. Now, but I do agree with the French analyst expert you interviewed previously, that it has to be taken into consideration of creating jobs on both sides.
Professor, hold that thought. This is an important topic. I do wish to come back to both of you for more on our program. And you're watching CGTN special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France. French President Emmanuel Macron just held a welcoming ceremony for President Xi at Paris's Hotel des Invalides. We leave you with some key moments of that event. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, you're back with CGTN and this is our special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France. I'm Zhong Shi, live in Beijing. French President Emmanuel Macron has held an official welcoming ceremony for Chinese President Xi Jinping at Les Invalides. The two heads of state also observed divisions from the French Republican Guard and troops from the French Army, Air Force, and Navy. Les Invalides is a museum and memorial dedicated to France's military history. It now houses collections of military equipment and memorials of notable French military leaders. And now let's check in with CGTN reporter Dong Xue, who is standing by at Marigny Theater. Dong Xue, a lot is happening today. A grand welcoming ceremony was held in honor of the visiting Chinese president. What more can you tell us?
Exactly, Zhong Shi. We were just witnessed a grand welcoming ceremony held by French President Emmanuel Macron to Chinese President Xi Jinping and Madame Peng Liyuan. The place the place was in the Hotel des Invalides, one of the most distinctive monuments in Paris, and also it says a lot about France's history and culture. That's sending a message that this is a warm welcoming, prepared for Chinese President Xi Jinping. As we speak, President Xi's visit comes as the two countries marks the 60th anniversary since the two established diplomatic relations. And this is President Xi's first visit to Europe in 5 years. And the French President Macron. It is also a reciprocating visit to French President Emmanuel Macron to China last year. And that said, we're now outside the museum, which we're going to hold the 6th dialogue between China and France for its business community. And we don't know who, we don't have the guest list yet, but we've heard that there will be, very big French enterprise, head of big French enterprises, and some of the Chinese business officials will be attending here. China and France had kept a very close business and economic relations. That said, data from China's Ministry of Commerce said that French direct investment in China in the first 2 months of this year has surged nearly 600% year on year. Well, that is because these two countries has kept a good momentum and a good direction of free trade and economic globalization. According to Chinese President Xi Jinping, that addressing at the ceremony of the event last year, he said that despite the difficulties the two countries are facing, the trade cooperation are embracing a very resilient and vitality when it comes to economic relations. And now China is France's largest trading partner in Asia, and France also ranks China's 3rd largest trading partner within the European Union. So there's a lot of expectations in terms of the meeting later, and especially given that Chinese President Xi Jinping is going to give a closing ceremony is going to give addresses during the closing ceremony, and I will try to keep you guys up to date. Zhong Shi.
Dong Xue, of course, the day is young. We're watching and monitoring what will happen on the president's agenda for the remainder of the day, and hopefully we'll be able to check back in with you later in our program. CGTN reporter Dong Xue live in Paris for us. I want to also bring this hour Liu Zhengyang, a Chinese student from the University of Technology of Troyes in France. Zhengyang, welcome to our program. We're talking and reporting on politics and diplomacy today, but people-to-people exchanges are such an important and fascinating aspect of China-France relations. Do take this opportunity to share with us, Zhengyang, your observation, your experience living and studying in France. How is the people-to-people exchanges like right now?
Okay, from my point of view, people-to-people exchanges between China and France are rich and impressive, reflecting the deep cultural interest and respect between these two nations. These exchanges take various forms, such as educational partnership, cultural festivals, artist communication, and language exchange programs. Especially as a Chinese student who is now studying in France, I noticed there are lots of educational exchange programs. between these two countries. Institutions of higher education in China and France have a long history of cooperation and exchange. This includes student exchange programs, joint research projects, co-supervision of doctoral candidates, and collaborative academics. Numerous French and Chinese universities have established partnerships, leading to the creation of joint programs and campuses. These exchanges not only increase educational opportunities, but also serve as bridges for future cultural and educational exchange. So students in both China and France enjoy the chance to experience a new study and, of course, a new life in the other countries. These programs contribute to a better understanding of each other's cultures, educational systems, and values. And additionally, there are many cultural events like art exhibitions that further enrich this interaction. So in conclusion, these activities enhance understanding and foster shared appreciation of each nation's heritage and creativity.
Jian, when the Chinese president landed in Paris and his motorcade drove through the streets of the French capital, we saw lots of Chinese international students congregate in the streets to welcome their president. They obviously had their hopes and expectations for this visit. What about you as a Chinese international student studying in Paris? What are some of your expectations on the future of bilateral ties between China and France?
Okay, so for me personally, I hope that the relationship between China and France will become stronger and more vibrant, especially in the cultural area. So looking forward, we might see more collaboration, education, and more opportunities for students to study abroad, so which would help build a closer global academic community. So we could also see more cultural exchanges like the art project or produced films and some events, which would be great. So these activities could increase cultural understanding and appreciation, help break down the cultural stereotypes and hope, and promote a deeper understanding of each other's societies. So finally, this strong connection might also help the diplomatic and economic relationships, showing our cultural diplomacy can lay the groundwork for the wider cooperation.
Dale, we appreciate your analysis and certainly your time. Good luck with school and everything else in France. Thank you so much for joining us today. Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to Paris began with a statement being released on his arrival at Orly Airport, sending best wishes to the French government and the French people. Shortly afterwards, the Chinese president's words were published in French newspaper Le Figaro. Our correspondent Ken Brown reports from Paris.
On Sunday, a signed article by Chinese President Xi Jinping was published in Le Figaro upon arrival for his state visit to France. The article is titled "Carrying Forward the Spirit That Guided the Establishment of China-France Diplomatic Relations, Working Together for Global Peace and Development." President Xi says the year 2024 is of special significance and that he brings 3 messages from China with him. Noting that this year marks the 60th anniversary of China-France relations, he says China will work with France to carry forward the spirit that guided the establishment of their diplomatic ties, built on past achievements and open new vistas for China-France relations. This year also marks the 75th anniversary of the People's Republic of China, and President Xi says China will open its doors even wider to the world and deepen cooperation with France and other countries. Le Figaro newspaper has been a French institution since 1826. It's one of France's leading lights in the media sphere and has its headquarters right here in central Paris. This was the platform chosen for President Xi's message to France and the world. The article goes on to state that China will strengthen communication and coordination with France to uphold world peace and stability, as this year marks the 70th anniversary of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence.
I think it's important to have a dialogue, everyone together, so we can all go in the same direction.
It's very important for French and Chinese people to communicate. China is a very important country.
President Xi also says China understands the repercussions of the Ukraine crisis on the people of Europe, adding that the longer the Ukraine crisis drags on, the greater harm it will do to Europe and the world. President Xi says China stands ready to work with France and the whole international community to find a reasonable way out of the crisis. On the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, President Xi says the fundamental solution lies in the establishment of an independent state of Palestine. He says China and France have much in common on the Palestine-Israel issue and that it is critical that we strengthen cooperation and restore peace in the Middle East. President Xi says both China and France value independence as two major countries. He calls for greater progress in China-France relations to the benefit of both countries and the world. Ken Brown, CGTN, Paris.
Launched last Friday, China's Chang'e 6 probe is carrying equipment from France, Sweden, Italy, and Pakistan. It's part of China's efforts to step up international cooperation in space exploration. The French instrument mounted on the lander will study the origin and dynamics of the lunar exosphere. Steve Meslin, a planetary scientist whose team invented the instrument.
For years, planetary scientist Pierre Yves has been working on instruments destined for Mars. But the launch of China's Chang'e 6 spacecraft now puts him at the cutting edge of moon exploration. His invention, the detection of outgassing radon, or DORN, is set to become the first ever French instrument to be deployed to the surface of the moon.
The objective of the DORN experiment is to study both the origin and the dynamics of the lunar atmosphere, but also to study the physical and thermal properties of the lunar soil where those gases are produced.
To do this, DORN will measure the radioactive gas radon, which is produced in lunar rocks and, when emitted, migrates to colder areas of the lunar environment.
If we understand better the migration of radon, we will be able to better understand also the migration of other volatile species, like, for instance, water, that can migrate to the cold polar regions and then form ices. That is a prime interest for the future Chang'e 7, Chang'e 8 missions and or emissions from other international agencies.
Romain Martin is the mechanical architect of the DORN.
So here we have the 8 detectors which are shining. The radon is going to be captured by the detectors, 2 detectors forming a telescope. The front one will see the alpha particles coming from the radon, and the other one will be here to discriminate any other events which will be seen by the instrument.
The project team says time was the biggest challenge when it came to the DORN's development.
The project started early 2020, so it was right before COVID time, and we delivered last summer. So overall it was 3.5 years of development, which is something that is super short for us. So having an instrument that we develop and that is going to the far side of the moon, it's really exciting for us. We are going to be part of a mission that has a really technological fate. So it's a great honor to be part of it.
More than 20 French engineers worked closely with Chinese colleagues at China's Institute of Geology and Geophysics and the Chinese University of Geoscience in Beijing to make the project happen.
This is the first time that France and China are collaborating in the field of solar system exploration. First, they helped us interacting with the engineers from the spacecraft team at CAST. They also helped us negotiate the spacecraft resources that we needed for our instrument. And they also helped us a lot after we delivered the instrument to China last August. They helped us mount the instrument onto the spacecraft. I think we have established a relationship of trust and also friendship between the two sides.
Pierre Yves is now in China for the launch of the spacecraft and will stay there for a month to monitor the DORN during its time on the far side of the moon. He'll collect its data and continue harnessing the benefits of international collaboration in discovering the wide, vast unknowns of outer space. Natalie Carney for CGTN, Toulouse, France.
Airbus has had a presence in China for nearly 3 decades. Now the European aircraft manufacturer, headquartered in France, is seeking to expand investment in the world's second largest aviation market. We get more details from CGTN's Ning Hong.
In 2008, Airbus set up the company's first civil aircraft assembly line outside of Europe in China. 15 years on, the facility in Tianjin is equipped to assemble the entire A320 series. Plans for a second final assembly line are also in progress.
Pour Airbus, l'innovation est un sujet fondamental.
Airbus has been a part of China for a long time and vice versa. We have been present in China for almost 30 years and we have contributed to the development of a high-quality economy. I'm thinking in particular of our assembly line in Tianjin, our engineering capacity in Beijing, our innovation centers in Shenzhen and Suzhou, and recently we have just opened a new aircraft dismantling storage capacity. Therefore, this cooperation at the aviation level is extremely rich, and we hope that it will continue in the future.
Airbus' latest investment in China is a joint venture company with Tarmac Aerosave and the Chengdu Shuangliu District government that will service the entire life cycle of an aircraft. It will cover a range of aircraft models, providing a one-stop service from parking, storage, maintenance, upgrades, refurbishment to dismantling and recycling.
We were thinking that it was providing value to the market, be able to dismantle the aircraft in a sustainable way.
Airbus's collaboration with its Chinese partners spans the entire industry chain, covering procurement, major component production and installation, aircraft final assembly and delivery, operation support, aviation service cooperation, and aircraft recycling. The aircraft manufacturer has around 200 suppliers in China. It says the value of its collaborations in the Chinese aviation industry reached around $1 billion in 2020. Ning Hong, CGTN, Beijing.
Earlier, my colleague Yang Dao sat down with Ying Hejun, China's Minister of Science and Technology. Ying spoke about the highlights of cooperation since the two countries signed a governmental agreement on technological cooperation in 1978.
60年来，中法关系始终走在中国同西方国家关系的前列。
For the past 60 years, China-France relationship has consistently been at the forefront of China's relations with Western countries. The technological cooperation between the two countries has provided China with many valuable insights and experiences that can be drawn upon for its technological innovation and development. For example, in 1991, both countries launched Sino-French Advanced Research Program, or PRA. This was the first joint research funding mechanism established between China and a foreign country. In 1997, China and France established the Joint Laboratory for Information, Automation and Applied Mathematics. This is the first laboratory built between China and a foreign country. Liama pioneered the platform-based approach for conducting international cooperation. The results of Sino-French technological cooperation are groundbreaking and forward-looking. For example, the China-France oceanography satellite achieved the first ever synchronous observation of waves and sea surfaces globally. Joint soil research guides solutions for agricultural soil pollution. In low temperatures metrology, we created the world's most precise temperature measuring device from 5 to 24.5 Kelvin. We are driving forward the Jingmen neutrino experiment, laying the foundation for the world's largest liquid scintillator detector with the highest energy resolution. Researchers successfully cloned a mouse from somatic cells and collaborate deeply in treating pediatric acute promyelectic leukemia, achieving over 90% 5-year disease-free survival rate. These are just a few examples. I want to express gratitude for the enduring close cooperation between China and France's scientific communities.
Let's talk about aviation cooperation between China and France with my studio guests here, Professors Liu Baocheng and Zhang Gong. Professor Gong, let me start with you. There's no going around Airbus when we talk about aviation collaboration between the two. But aside from purchasing planes from France, What are some of the other aspects of this collaboration between the two sides?
Well, I think China's cooperation with France in the aviation space is not just about importing airplanes. It's also about joint production. For example, the program mentioned that assembly plant in Tianjin. I think it's probably more interesting is the newly established facility in Chengdu. This is a facility that I know. Actually, I've been there before to basically maintain Airbus planes, not just for the markets here in China, but for the entire world. You have actually, these planes serving European markets flying to Chengdu to be maintained. Especially, I think a very good business is to replace the engine part. It's a huge business, actually, if you think about it. I mean, these engines cannot last forever. They have to be totally replaced after certain hours, 3,000 hours, 4,000 hours, something like that. So this is actually...
And this would be a joint venture, right? It's not just an Airbus company.
Yeah, this is a joint venture, actually. The local airport company actually has an equity stake in that company.
Got it.
So it's actually a very sensible, and also, in my view, it's quite profitable business should be. And also enhances the Chengdu airport status in the entire world. You have planes coming in from other countries. So I think this cooperation is a very good model. It's not just about one-way importing, and probably in that against that backdrop, I would also mention there's a hot topic these days about European Union investigating into Chinese exported electric vehicles. Right? And I think something similar can be done. Very much in the same fashion as the aviation model. In fact, it's already being done, in my view. We have heard news that some Chinese companies are establishing facilities, manufacturing facilities in European countries. And this is particularly important for the French automobile industry, because after all, the French automobile industry holds a huge part market share in the European market, with companies like Renault and the two brands under the PSA company, Citroën and Peugeot.
Got it. Professor Liu, what do you think are some of the biggest features that are marking this collaborative relationship when it comes to aviation?
Well, if you really talk about monopoly, which Europeans are really very much concerned, the Airbus is enjoying their monopoly in China. So they occupy more than 54% of the Chinese entire aviation market in China, and also given the market is also expanding, given at the government, both the central and local level, they built more airports, etc. So for one single company to occupy more than 50% of the market is definitely a target of monopoly. But then, because of the Chinese way of development, because we do really see it beneficial to boost the Chinese aviation market. So therefore, we play a very lenient role, and we still welcome them to to ship more and also to have more of the joint venture. Of course, we look forward for a better portion of localization. And now, if as Gong mentioned, when Europe is really looking after the sort of Chinese subsidies in supporting the Chinese export of the e-vehicles, actually China offers more subsidies to the Airbus in China in terms of land concessions, tax breaks, and the supply of skilled labor, etc. So I think this is really very much a contrast. I hope that Macron can really notice this difference. And now, with more of the Chinese companies are really investing in Europe. For example, Costco has been doing a great job in connecting different of the hubs in the ocean shipping transportation. And now with more of the discussion going on to really spread more of the aviation lines across the entire Eurasia continent. So this is something that is there to provide a better opportunity for all the participants along the entire supply chain, from tourism all the way to the manufacture of the aviation facilities. And so I think this is really the right type of approach that gradually we also are mitigating the gap of the scales, as we mentioned about the nuclear. So this is really a mutually beneficial approach that we can see that going to have a better prospect.
It's interesting, both of you have mentioned that the Chinese aviation market is growing. Of course, if you look at the number of airports in America and the number of airports in China, the growth potential is huge there, not to mention more Chinese people are flying. But China is also developing homegrown large commercial aircraft.
C919.
So, of course, absolutely. Yeah. So is this collaboration with France when it comes to aviation technology conducive to China's own capabilities of developing homegrown aircraft here?
Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure that among the C919 vendor list, there are French companies. C919 is an indigenously developed Chinese airplane that is very analogous to Airbus A320 in the same class, and it's a homegrown project. And it's actually being quite successful so far. I mean, there are, I think, about a dozen planes have been manufactured at this point, and actually I've taken one, took one flight from Beijing to Shanghai that's on C919. It's a quite comfortable air flight. You asked the question whether French companies would benefit from this. I think the market is large enough to accommodate a third player. It's actually a minor third player in my view. I mean, if you look at for now, I mean, look at this. Well, I mean, look at the scale of manufacturing for C919. If you look at the vendor list, the foreign companies, the engines, for example, that can be provided for this plane. I mean, I think the production volume is actually very minuscule compared to the global production volume of Airbus A320, for example. Professor Liu mentioned, monopoly situation. I think it's in the global market, it's more like a duopoly between Airbus and Boeing. With Chinese, the C919 program, it's a small player in a sort of oligopoly situation. In economics terms, we call it that way. It's only a few players. But I think again, I want to emphasize that the market is large enough, and the market is growing fast enough to accommodate a third player. If you look at the backlog of these two companies, Boeing and Airbus, especially against the backdrop of the problems associated with Boeing 737 MAX program. There's some problems with that. So the production is being slowed down. So the backlog is huge, actually. I mean, the Airbus can't keep up with the demand on the market. So I think, the program from China definitely offers opportunities for French companies, as well as some American companies as well. So I think this is a very beneficial cooperation, and Chinese aviation market represents a great growth opportunities for French companies.
The fact Airbus has set up more assembly capabilities in cities like Tianjin shows that they have confidence in the Chinese market growing. Professor Liu, what do you think constitute opportunities at this point for companies like Airbus in China? How are they eyeing the Chinese market and the Chinese opportunities here?
Well, they see that Beijing is not really filled with bicycles anymore. And so we shift more to motorcycle and then to cars, and now more people are traveling through the airplane. So this is really the trend. Actually, all the aviation companies really, they predict that China over the next 5 years we shall experience the roughly between 6 to 8% of the growth in the need for aviation. And now they do not really want to lose the market by itself. Secondly, it's really the Chinese efforts in building so many airports and streamlining those lines of flights. So this is through more of the digitization in dealing with airport services, transit, etc. So this is also very important for them to really have a low cost and also efficient way of their operation. And then more fundamentally, it is really the rising middle class that is in China flying the aviation. So they are really there to be the final one that supports such sort of a massive growth within China. And then another one is that local sourcing will definitely be the trendsetter. Actually, it's now, for example, in Tianjin, it's more of their own sourcing, but gradually we can see more of the local manufacture of the spare parts, etc., are also on the agenda. So therefore, it's also beneficial for China, and that's also why that helps China to accumulate more of experience to build our own indigenous airplanes like C-19. So this is really a mutually beneficial way, and the market, as Gong mentioned, is really big enough. So therefore, by fertilizing the soil, and all of them can really benefit from the thrive of such a big market.
What about aerospace cooperation and collaboration? Let's face it, there are only a handful of countries, excuse me, in our world that are capable of space technology, and China has made tremendous advancements in the past decades when it comes to its own space program. And China has reiterated it wants to make its space program as open as possible, welcomes international elements. And with the Chang'e 6, we saw a few countries include their elements on that launch here, France included here. What do you think is the future of aerospace collaboration between China and France? Who is helping who is benefiting?
Well, first of all, I think it reminds me of a very famous statement by American astronaut Armstrong when he stepped on the moon. He says, a small step for man, but a gigantic leap for mankind. And I think the space exploration program should be globalized, should be a global issue. So this is a matter pertaining to the entire human race, right? So it's a global event, I think. But unfortunately, looking back in history, China was basically shut out by Washington, for its international space program. And from China's perspective, we are really trying to open up to the rest of the world. We want to have an international collaboration between leading countries, the aerospace powerhouses in the world, to jointly develop technologies to explore the new frontier. It's in the space. So I think, fortunately, I think China and France don't have this kind of a problem. We cooperate quite well in the past, and this time in China's space exploration program, France is part of that as well. It's also sending people into the program. So this represents the model, I would say, for international cooperation among leading powerhouses for developing space-age technologies.
I mean, this is for the greater good. Our space programs are supposed to be for the greater good, and therefore it makes sense to have international players participate. But it takes political will, it takes technological advancements to be part of any country's space program. Professor Liu, when France agrees to participate in the Chinese space program, in any sort of space collaboration, how can France be conducive, be helpful, and what does France get out of its participation?
Well, I think one key area that you must make it run stable in the orbit, and so therefore France really offered a lot more scientific basis and also cutting-edge technologies that can really participate, and some of the parts are really sourcing from France. So, and vice versa. China also is contributing a great deal in financing many of those projects, and now data is also being shared, and that's a really generous promise from China, and our air compartment is also open to accommodate the participation of global scientists. So, this way we can also look at for the third country market. So some of the countries are really placing orders with China. For example, some of the Arab countries are placing orders with China to build their own orbit, the satellites, etc. So yes, we can really work together, and France does really have a lot more influence and a lot more confidence in the global marketplace. So this is the way that we can really work more on closer basis, both to share technology, capital, and also confidence in dealing with the third part market.
Professors, thank you so much. Do stay with me here on our program. Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to Paris began with a statement being released on his arrival at Orly Airport, sending best wishes to the French government and the French people. Shortly afterwards, the Chinese president's words were published in French newspaper Le Figaro. Our correspondent Ken Brown reports from Paris.
On Sunday, a signed article by Chinese President Xi Jinping was published in Le Figaro upon arrival for his state visit to France. The article is titled "Carrying Forward the Spirit That Guided the Establishment of China-France Diplomatic Relations, Working Together for Global Peace and Development." President Xi says the year 2024 is of special significance and that he brings 3 messages from China with him. Noting that this year marks the 60th anniversary of China-France relations, he says China will work with France to carry forward the spirit that guided the establishment of their diplomatic ties, built on past achievements and open new vistas for China-France relations. This year also marks the 75th anniversary of the People's Republic of China, and President Xi says China will open its doors even wider to the world and deepen cooperation with France and other countries. Le Figaro newspaper has been a French institution since 1826. It's one of France's leading lights in the media sphere and has its headquarters right here in central Paris. This was the platform chosen for President Xi's message to France and the world. The article goes on to state that China will strengthen communication and coordination with France to uphold world peace and stability, as this year marks the 70th anniversary of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence.
I think it's important to have a dialogue, everyone together, so we can all go in the same direction.
It's very important for French and Chinese people to communicate. China is a very important country.
President Xi also says China understands the repercussions of the Ukraine crisis on the people of Europe, adding that the longer the Ukraine crisis drags on, the greater harm it will do to Europe and the world. President Xi says China stands ready to work with France and the whole international community to find a reasonable way out of the crisis. On the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, President Xi says the fundamental solution lies in the establishment of an independent state of Palestine. He says China and France have much in common on the Palestine-Israel issue and that it is critical that we strengthen cooperation and restore peace in the Middle East. President Xi says both China and France value independence as 2 major countries. He calls for greater progress in China-France relations to the benefit of both countries and the world. Ken Brown, CGTN, Paris.
I'm now joined in the studio by my guests, Professors Liu Baocheng and John Gong. Both of you are economists, so I want to start with an economic angle here. Some say the Chinese and French economies are quite complementary. Is that true in your understanding, and help us understand what that means, Professor Liu?
It used to be fully complementary, but now it's getting more and more competitive, which is a good thing. We used to be the producers of raw materials and intermediaries, and now we are also making our own airplane, and we are also making our own cars. But that's there to beef up the market, actually. So therefore, the collaboration can also be worked out in a more added value fashion. So right now, we are still very much complementary in one is that we have a consensus in sustainable development, in climate change, and that's something that we can really work together. And we are both competitors and also the collaborators in the area of agriculture. French is very conservative and very protective of their own market, but they want to push open the Chinese market further for their dairy products, and now they talk about from farm to table, from French farm to the Chinese
dinner tables.
So. And yes, in terms of the branding, France is really having an upper hand. So their LV bags are really the favorite, particularly for the middle-aged women. So within China, and all the perfume, all the French wine, etc., they really are there to sustain a more upper-class lifestyle that is very much enjoyable and popular within China, and they spoil some of the people, I should say. And even that Chinese companies are able to making all those bags and all those wine, there are no way that they compete in terms of the brand equity and popularity, etc. So we are also complementary. And now, China is with EU. We have agreed on a number of items for the geographical indication that is there to exchange the mutual local produce. So and also mutual verification and recognition of those local produce. That's also very helpful. And hopefully we can really, as economists and also as a Chinese economist, I think I would hope that we get even more competitive. If you look at the fast train between China and Europe, or the Eurasia fast train, and when all the goods are fully loaded westbound, but when it comes to eastbound, half of them are really filled, because there's more higher value added stuff that is being transported to China, and part of which, a big part of it, is really from France. So this is something that we can really build a healthy, competition. So the European Union, define the China-EU relationship in terms of partnership, competitor, and also rivalry. So, stay with partnership and go for healthy competition, and that would be it.
Professor Liu mentioned the power of labels and brands. As economists, I'm confident that it's hard for either of you to fall victims to just labels, but it's true that when people talk about French products, they think about high-end
luxury items,
designer bags, luxury items, but they also think about more affordable items like agricultural products, cheese, wine.
Right.
Professor Xi, in that written address to French media, mentioned how French agricultural products are also as desirable here in China by the growing middle class here. Professor Gong, let me also get your take on how this economic relationship has transformed over the years and your understanding here.
Yeah, no, first of all, I totally agree that the relationship is getting into a mixture of a combination of both. We have complementary trade relationship as well as actually competitive trade relationships. I mean, it's not like between countries.
But these are indicators of a healthy economic relationship, right?
I think as long as the trade number is increasing, it's always healthy. And it's about $80 billion business, a very large business. France is, I think, the third or the second largest trading partner within the European Union. So it's a sizable trade volume, and it's growing. And I think it's more than just about trades in goods. I mean, you look at the number of travelers from China going to France, right? I don't know if you've been to Paris. There's a famous department store over there by the name of Lafayette, and every time I went there,
I'm less confident about you not falling victim to.
There's tons of people you can immediately judge that they're coming from mainland China, and that's part of the trade as well, actually, right? So I think the trade is encompasses more than just good trading goods, as well as trading services. Chinese tourists going to Paris, Chinese students going to Paris to studies for study. So I think it's and as long as this economic relationship is thriving, it's always healthy in my view. And I think we really need to also, as you said, explore for opportunities in some other untapped areas like agricultural products. Like I think. As you mentioned, cheese and also some French meat products. They're all quite attractive to people here in China. I like them very well, honestly speaking. And they have their unique taste and flavor. And I think wine, whiskey, liquor, these products are finding in large markets here in China. So I think this relationship is indeed healthy. We have to keep in mind that China-France relationship, economic relationship, is one of the most important pillars of the China-European Union relationship, right? So, I think that as two big powers, France is the only United Nations permanent member state within the European Union. So, this is extremely important between China and France, cultivating a healthy and thriving relationship between the two countries.
I do wish to get into that as well later on our program. But 2024 is the China-France Year of Tourism and Culture. Both of you mentioning Chinese tourists there. I'm sure they're bringing out the big guns and going out of their way to woo Chinese tourists who have a reputation of being big spenders on those overseas trips. Professors, thank you so much. China-France cooperation has continued to expand over the past decades, seeing huge growth in trade and mutual direct investment. Earlier, we interviewed Charles Billard, Chief Financial Officer, pharmaceutical manufacturer Sanofi Greater China. He discussed trade relations and China's growing market advantages for multinational firms.
We have benefited a lot from Healthy China 2030 reforms. Which on one hand made a lot of mature products more affordable for patients, but on the other hand was also an opportunity for Sanofi and other pharma companies to bring a lot more innovation to Chinese patients. To give you an illustration, in the last 3-4 years, we have brought 25 new drugs or indications to Chinese patients, of which half of them last year in 2023. There is a very simple sign of this commitment of Sanofi to China, which is the fact that since the end of COVID, we've had our CEO coming at least 5 times to China, including, for instance, to iBlack last month in Beijing. We have been present in CIIE for the 6th time last year, and of course we will be also present this year. We have a whole ESCOM coming to China at least once a year, so it's a very visible sign of the importance of China for Sanofi. First of all, of course, because it has become the second biggest pharma market, but also because it has become an innovation market. And what is very interesting for us is to see that thanks to the recent reforms to Healthy China 2030, the level of innovation coming from China through local research, local biotechs, has increased a lot. Which is an opportunity for Sanofi to collaborate with a lot more scientists in China. We see now China becoming a very innovative place on a number of technological platforms such as ADC, but not only. So it's of course very important for us to be present on this part also. We keep investing in China in manufacturing and R&D, as I said. We will launch a lot of new indication and drugs in the next few years. To give you an illustration, we are also committed to make this innovation available in China as fast as possible, leveraging the new NRDL reforms, for instance. This year, of course, is very important for France and China in particular because it's a 60th anniversary of our diplomatic relationship. For us, as a French company in China, it means a lot. We wanted this year, for instance, to be the year where we also increase our social impact in China. That's why we launched the KIDS program, which is benefiting diabetic patients and children in China, as we have launched in a few other countries before. And we do hope it's a sign of our commitment to China. We're not here just to sell products. We're also here as part of the local social ecosystem. We will have other things happening in this year of 60th anniversary, but I think Sanofi is very much one of the examples of what this friendship between China and France can mean, with mutual win-win developments where Sanofi is benefiting from a very big market in China, from innovation in China, and of course China is also benefiting from Sanofi innovation as fast as other products, which is why, for instance, we try to accelerate the submission and launch of all our products in China to make it available to Chinese patients at the same time as any other developed market like the US or Europe.
In China, there are over 2,000 French firms, and over half of them have set up their offices in the country's financial hub, Shanghai. From food and beauty to hardcore industries, our reporter Chen Tong takes a closer look at how a French lifestyle could be accessed in this city.
In this story, I'm going to show you how you could adopt a French lifestyle in Shanghai.
Bonjour.
Not bad. Do you think French people can live without cheese?
No.
But before we get started, let's hear about the Chinese people's first impressions of France.
浪漫、自由，还有美食。
艺术品。
时尚还有科技，应该是浪漫。美食之都。
Okay, let's get started from food.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, bienvenue, 你好. Bienvenue à la crèmerie.
Wow, so many types of cheese.
Yes, we have here 30 kind of panel of like what we can find in France.
This is a store in Shanghai city center that only sells French cheese. You can find the Chinese people's favorite brie and famous Comté and blue cheese. But this one you might or might not dare to try. Known as French stinky tofu, the livrate.
So, this is funky, a bit ammonia. If you are afraid of that, you can avoid with the custard, skin outside.
It has the smell of the sticky tofu in China.
Yeah.
Let me taste it. Not bad.
Not that strong. There's a bit of bitterness compared to the creamy brie.
Sales at the store jumped by over 18% in the first quarter this year. Now it takes just a week for cheese to be shipped from French farms to the Chinese people's dining tables.
It's been a long time it's imported, but it's recently people start to try more and more different types of cheese.
During winter with fondue, I put with fondue.
Hot pot.
Yeah, it's kind of your hot pot. And if no, daily with bread and cheese and eggs.
我们小朋友比较喜欢吃奶酪，然后我正好上次是看到有推荐这家有比较多品种的奶酪。
Sometimes walking on the streets of Shanghai, you'll see French-style architecture. And here, a new French fragrance series has made its debut.
In front of us, you have the Versailles and Trudon collection. It has been a sort of homecoming for Trudon. Trudon used to be the royal wax manufacturer back in the 17th and 18th century and used to supply Versailles.
You heard him right. The brand Trudon has a history of 381 years. In 2022, the brand opened its first flagship store in China, right at Shanghai's iconic commercial landmark Xintiandi.
You came to Shanghai this time only for this debut of the new series.
Yes, I'm here precisely and exclusively for the Versailles and Trudon launch. We're extremely satisfied with the direction the brand is taking in Shanghai and in China in general, where we have, again, a tremendous followership.
Well, to be honest, when talking about France, the first thing that comes to my mind is beauty. After a series of tests, the staff recommend me an essence, which is only one of a dozen essences the brand offers. You may not be familiar with this French beauty brand, but its products can be found in China's premium spas. It wasn't until 4 years ago that the brand decided to enter the market itself.
Along with the business development, we have the full confidence with this market. That's why we decided to invest the subsidiary company registered in Shanghai. French companies in Shanghai are not just about fashion and lifestyle. There are also those operating in conventional industries like this one.
Diagnostic solution provided by Monsieur's arrival in Shanghai can be traced back to early 2000. Now Shanghai is the third headquarters for the firm in the world. The company's manufacturing plant in the nearby city of Suzhou, which just opened at the end of last year, has an annual production capacity of 5.8 million cultural flasks.
We have the reagent manufacturing here, and we are going to expand to the instrument manufacturing. But at the same time, we want to expand the partnership here to have a more local, innovative solutions to answer the needs of the local market.
From food to fashion to manufacturing, it's estimated that there are 2,000 French companies in China. Over half of them have set up headquarters in Shanghai. It's a city where French elements can be easily found. As the international financial hub, Shanghai has long been a witness of the friendship between China and France. Chen Tong, CGTN, Shanghai.
China and France are celebrating 60 years of diplomatic relations this year. CGTN's Gao Yiming gives us a closer look at the cooperation between the two countries across multiple sectors.
As two major representatives of Asian and European civilizations, China and France have seen their friendship stood the test of times. The leaders of the two countries have stressed the importance of their relations.
60年来，中法关系始终走在中国同西方国家关系前列。
Over the past 60 years, China-France ties have been at the forefront of China's relations with Western countries, bringing benefits to the people of both nations and contributing to world peace, stability and development.
We, China and France, have a lot to do together, a lot to do in terms of overcoming challenges faced by multiple generations and recognizing the ecological transition and solving challenges of climate change and ensuring the protection of biodiversity.
In 1964, France became the first major Western nation to normalize relations with China during the height of the Cold War. And in the decades since, China-France relations have continued to strengthen and expand. China is France's largest trading partner in Asia. The growing momentum continues into 2024. From aircraft, satellites, and nuclear power plants, to wine, cheese, and cosmetics, China-France cooperation is both high-tech and down-to-earth. Both countries are also mutually important sources of investment, particularly in technology, aviation, and infrastructure. Chinese firm AESC is building a gigafactory in northern France, which when completed next year would churn out up to 200,000 electric car batteries a year. Meanwhile, in China, French aircraft giant Airbus is building a second final assembly line, which would double its A320 production capacity in the country. Hundreds of cultural and people-to-people exchange activities have also been arranged this year to mark the China-France Year of Culture and Tourism.
France is a country of culture. China is also a country of culture. And cultural countries are countries where people have deep feeling. And we're really, I think, closely linked as peoples.
France is a popular destination for Chinese tourists, with more than 2 million people visiting the country every year before COVID. And now, with China's visa-free policy, more French people are coming to China. China and France have agreed to further expand bilateral cooperation and will also work together to face common challenges amid a rapidly changing world.
I want to continue my conversation with our studio guests here, Professors Liu Baocheng and Jiang Gong. I do want to pick up where we left off just now about the economic engagement between the two and how things have transformed over the past decades. From traditional industries and now to emerging industries such as high-tech, high-end manufacturing, the digital economy, and modern service industries. Professor Liu, I want to have your take on the existing economic engagement between China and France, and where does the future lead us?
Well, we just saw that Sanofi has been doing big within China in the pharmaceutical industry, and now they're also heading spearheadedly into the biotech industry that can really boost the farm production and also with more of efficacy in their drug delivery. And now some of the medical equipment are also handled by them. And so therefore, the biomedicine is a frontier area that is already delivering benefit to the China-French collaboration. And then the digital technology is there that can, it's not really on the invention part, but rather in the application part. They're being widely used in terms of the telecommunication, in shipping, transportation, and also in agriculture, etc. So there has been quite a collaboration. And in energy, we we worked together for many years on the, artificial sun, big projects from which many of those scientists can really benefit a great deal on both sides. And then in terms of the new energy vehicles, so yes, there has been some backlash within France with regard to the penetration of the Chinese e-vehicles, but that's a trendsetter. And the fact that they are welcoming the new battery, the car batteries being made over there is something that is an indication that they do welcome the new energy vehicles and new energy other type of devices. And then I introduced my friend to build the hydrogen-driven power, which is also being used now in the heavy lift, all those buses that are played out, in the coastal area of Tianjin. So, both new material, energy, bioscience, and more importantly, how we can really work on a comprehensive basis to address climate changes. France is really a leader, and without China, without China's active participation and the world, it would be meaningless for the world to talk about how to address the climate change issues, because China is a big producer of carbon dioxide, which we do admit, but how those technologies can be shared without some of the obstructions, under the name of de-risking, under the name of U.S. Coercion, etc. So I think Macron, mentioned a very strong word, strategic autonomy for France, and then seeing the big potential and seeing the potential not only for these two countries, but also the big benefit that can really deal with the future of the entire human race in terms of the health issues, in terms of climate change issues. We do really have a lot to work together to benefit.
I don't think everyone knows this, Professor Gong, but France is the European country with the largest investment in China. What's behind that attraction? We covered some of it, a growing Chinese middle class with expensive and exquisite tastes in French products. China committing to open its market even further, and the untapped potential of the domestic consumption here in China. What are some of the factors behind this largest investment within any European countries here?
Well, I think I try to find an answer in history. The China-Franco relationship goes back, decades. As a matter of fact, in a sense, I wrote an article a long time ago. In a sense, this country, the People's Republic, can be traced back to the early Communist Party members who studied in France starting from 1908, right? This was a long time ago. Part of the movement called Mouvement Travail Études, study and work program by Chinese students at the time. And one of the 8 Communist Party branches was established, in fact, in Paris. And that speaks volume about this relationship contributing to the modern history of People's Republic of China. So I think, this against that historic background, the relationship between China and France goes back many years, including, of course, the economic relationship, including the trade relationship, and as well as the investment relationship. French companies were one of the first to make investment here in China. I remember, I think in the early 1990s, after that famous Volkswagen factory in Shanghai, the second one was actually from Peugeot, the French company. So in Guangzhou was established at the time. So there's a long history going back, and over the decades, French companies definitely participated in the economic boom of China. Nowadays, Chinese companies are getting to Europe, and certainly the French market is something that's very attractive. It's something that has to be tapped into. So I think due to the history, due to the thriving economic relationship between the two sides. You know, this close relationship is no wonder at all, I think. In a sense, I think we here, people in China, really have a sort of infatuated with French products, and I think you know, there are many people here over there in France that are infatuated with Chinese history, Chinese culture, and Chinese other products as well.
And increasingly Chinese-made products.
Yeah, exactly. Chinese-made products as well. And I want to spend a few more minutes on auto industry, because indeed France is the country that's mostly behind this this EU investigation into Chinese electric cars into the European market. And I think the answer lies in really, you know, the model that is being adopted by Volkswagen. I mean, the French companies need to get electrified, the automobile companies, otherwise they're going to be losing behind. And I think the way to get ahead in that direction is closer cooperation between Chinese companies and French companies, Peugeot and PSA, in terms of turning the entire product line to electric cars, into new energy vehicles, just as China has been cooperating with Volkswagen in that regard. So I think it doesn't have to be, you know, us against them when it comes to competition. It can be a cooperation model as well, you know, especially in consideration of the long history going back many decades between the two sides in terms of cooperation and jointly, you know, making business and making money together.
All right, professors, thank you so much. And CGTN reporter Dong Xue spoke to Zhu Ming, the former deputy managing director of the International Monetary Fund. He talked on how China and France should promote multilateralism and cooperation in the current geopolitical landscape.
Well, in terms of trade and economic cooperation, you know, we've seen substantial increase between China and France over the past decades. So, any, you know, expectations for the further collaboration to strengthen the economic ties?
Well, that's a part of a visit. I think it's very important. Well, China-France trade increased 800 times since we established a diplomatic relationship. But still, it's only $80 billion US. $80 billion US means it's only 1/3 of US-Germany trade.
So still huge room
It's
for
a huge
growth.
room, it's still relatively small. There's a huge room both sides can work together. France is in many advanced technology in terms of aviation, space, instruments, artificial intelligence, and also France is a big agro country, but really advanced in the research in the agriculture, so seeds and soil and the climate and the issues, environmental ecosystems, and a lot of things and can do, and also both sides can work for the third-party cooperation, particularly, for example, in Africa. But meanwhile, in the past decades, China grows strongly in manufacturing. Right? China is really leading the whole world in green manufacturers in terms of EV, batteries, solar, windmills, high quality, reasonable price, which is exactly what France and Europe need to achieve their climate goal.
What role do you think China and France can do in order to, you know, continue work under this framework of multilateralism?
Well, China and France are both a strong voice for multilateralism in the past. I'm sure they both have a strong voice today and will be for the futures. And this has become ever clear, right? Ever clear. The multilateralism is the only framework we can work together for today. So, but very unfortunately, for example, WTO doesn't work today because we don't have enough judges to run the business, right? So this is one thing. There are few other things. But we will have to make WTO work. I think, particularly when everybody talk about a great industry policy. So all those issues have to solve in the multinational structures.
Over the past 60 years, the strengthening relationship between China and France has further promoted economic cooperation between the two countries. And that's according to Gary Rosen, Chief Executive Officer of Accor Greater China, who made the remark during an interview with CGTN's Michael Wan. Rosen also said cultural cooperation and the Paris Olympic Games will fuel growth in the tourism sector this year. Take a listen.
Well, I think the starting point really is
you see how the two countries work together, and they really make an effort to work together. And that comes alive in the business community. Whether you look at different sectors, the growth for both companies, and especially that foreign direct investment into China, you wouldn't have that if you didn't have such strong ties over the last 60 years. And certainly those are going to continue moving forward. And this trust that's been built between a French company and multiple Chinese companies to make a much wider proposition and growing the hospitality sector in China, that couldn't be done if you didn't have great relations and diplomatic relations and the recognition by the two countries and the governments of two countries. In our world, you know, and for the future, we're at a new normal, you know, now. But that new normal includes many French companies looking at increasing their direct foreign investment, many French companies recognizing that China is an important part of their growth around the world, but recognition, the role that the Chinese guest and consumer plays, as we were talking earlier. The future is a bright one. The strength of the relationship only makes it that much brighter. And I think we've entered into a recognition that, you know, when you look at these two countries together, you have a 1 + 1 = 10 outcome. That's my personal point of view, but also it's there in terms of validity, in terms of data.
How's business here in China, Gary?
For us in particular, China offers a lot of opportunity. There's volume growth, and then there's growth where you have to learn and be able to also nurture your own brand's growth. And that's particularly why in this area we focus, particularly when you think about premium and luxury, we have that growth. And there's never been for us so much growth and opportunity. We are having record-breaking years. In 2022, we had a record-breaking year in terms of signings of new hotels. 2023 broke 2022 record. We have signed close to 150 new hotels in 2023 that will open over the course of the next few years. That's significant growth. That has put us at the front in terms of global hospitality for players here in China.
China and France designating 2024 as a year of culture and tourism between the two countries. As a French hospitality group, as one of the world's largest hospitality groups, what is Accor doing to really promote and boost culture and tourism exchanges between China and France?
The number is returning. By the end of 2024, you'll probably see closer to about 155 million, so just slightly down from 2019. But when you think about it, 155 million is a staggering number.
Yeah.
What's so wonderful and what we're obviously very excited about is when you look at Chinese tourists today, France is still the number 3 place that they want to go to in terms of first within traveling closer to home, so within North Asia, then going to places like Singapore and Southeast Asia, and then actually France, and particularly Paris, is a very special place, and now number 3. Cultural, certainly the idea of beautiful landmarks, shopping, food, and then certainly beautiful countrysides and wine, etc. I think what's one of the most exciting things also is 2024 is also the next year of the Olympics.
Yes.
And they're taking place in Paris.
In Paris, yes.
Yes. But look, I think the most important thing, and I know we'll talk about the future, but very comfortable to say that, China is still seen to be, by 2035, to be the largest global tourism market in the world.
Right.
If you look at what McKinsey's, if you look at the big 5, what they're talking about, they're all still in that position. And that's a great place to be.
And in April last year, Chinese President Xi Jinping, during a meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron, said China is willing to create a French-farmed Chinese dining table whole chain rapid coordination mechanism. Over the past 1 year, residents in China's financial hub Shanghai are discovering an array of French cheese. CGTN reporter Chen Tong takes a closer look.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, bienvenue, ni hao.
Wow.
Bienvenue à la crèmerie.
So many types of cheese.
Yes, we have here 30 kind of panel of like what we can find in France.
This is a store in Shanghai city center that only sells French cheese. From the Chinese people's favorite brie to the famous Comté, and even the one which is known as French stinky tofu, the livrot.
So this is funky, a bit ammonia. If you are afraid of that, you can avoid with the custard, the skin outside, but you won't feel everything. Me personally, I eat everything.
Yeah, I think it has the smell of the sticky tofu in China.
Yeah.
Let me taste it. Not bad.
Not that strong. There's a bit of bitterness compared to the creamy brie, but if you have no problems with bitterness and if you like chou tofu, it's definitely something you can go for.
The cheese store opened in 2019, the only official flagship store in Asia that is recognized by the French dairy sector. It now takes considerably less time for the French cheese to be shipped from French farms to the Chinese people's dining tables.
It's pretty fast now. If the custom clearance procedure is okay and the shipping goes well, normally from France to China and to Chinese dining table, the fastest period is 1 week.
The freshness of the cheese is attracting more and more consumers. In the first quarter of the year, sales at the store jumped by over 18% as compared to the same period last year. The store has been welcoming local residents and French expats.
During winter with fondue, I put with fondue. Yeah, it's kind of your hot pot. And if no, daily with bread and cheese and eggs, like a normal breakfast.
My kids like cheese. I saw on the internet there are many types of cheese here, so I want to try this. I bought some packs to get experience, and I want to learn about cheese.
Bastien told me there are over 1,000 cheese names in France, and here in China we can find only a minor part of it. But as the cooperation between China and France intensifying, I think in the future there will be more cheese choices in China. France is China's largest agricultural produce importer in the European Union. Not just cheese, China has pledged to import more French agricultural products to the country. During the China International Import Expo last year, China's retailers have also signed deals to bring more French wine, meat, and cheese to China. Chen Tong, CGTN, Shanghai.
And this year marks the 60th anniversary of diplomatic ties between China and France. We meet Corentin Delcroix, also known as Chef Guan Tan, a French culinary wizard who has become an internet sensation here in China, blending French flair with Chinese tastes. He's winning over millions of foodies. Lin Lin serves up the scoop.
Corentin Delcroix, a chef from Douai in northern France, isn't the run-of-the-mill chef you typically spot hustling in a restaurant kitchen. He's an online sensation in China. The Frenchman shares his love for fusion cooking through short videos on Chinese social media platforms. What sets him apart is not just his cooking skills, but also his fluency in Mandarin.
大家好，我是光滩。今天我要跟你们分享一个法国特别经典的一个美食，就是
Many of his followers are eagerly anticipating his new recipes.
So in 2002, I came to China. Was originally to study business. So it was a partnership between my business school in France and a Chinese business school. So I came to Beijing for 3 years. And at that time, I didn't know how to cook anything, basically, other than a bit of pasta, and that's it. And when I arrived in China, I fell in love with Chinese food very quickly. So today I'm going to share with you the first dish that I learned when arriving in China. That was 20 years ago. It's extremely easy. Everybody can do it at home. So it's scrambled eggs with tomato. It's a really basic home-style Chinese dish that I still love until now. So this dish has many different versions in different regions of China. And I started to learn a bit of Chinese food.
Now living in Shanghai, Corentin knows all the best places
Try
to
some
eat.
local food.
What do you like most about Chinese food?
I think what I like most is definitely the diversity. Diversity, really different plates, many different flavors. Here you have some very typical Shanghainese flavor, zhazhu pai, like a kind of a street food. So a fried pork chop, very tender, with the special Shanghai la jiangyou, a bit spicy soy, a bit sour. Xiaolongbao, also very classic, those kind of soupy dumpling. And for that you have also a lot of seasonal variation. You've got some classic just with the meat
with them. Every time I travel anywhere, I'm gonna, of course, try as much local food as I can take, and also going to the local markets. So,
we can get along well in harmony. We have to take a long-term perspective and promote a orderly pattern of multipolarization. We need to stick to win-win cooperation and say no to breaking up supply chain and industrial chain. And now I'm willing to engage in
We're visiting Chinese President Xi Jinping is meeting with his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron. Let's do a recap for you what has happened today. A grand welcoming ceremony was held in his honor, in the honor of the Chinese president. And then both leaders headed into closed-door meetings. We're still waiting to find out more details that come out of these meetings, and we'll bring you the latest when information becomes available. I'm joined here in the studio by Professors Jiang Gong and Liu Baocheng. As we can see, the two leaders are engaged in those crucial meetings. Before his arrival, we did know that both leaders wished to talk about the bilateral relationship, of course, but also regional as well as international issues of common concern. And Professor Liu, can you share with us your take on what will remain some of the biggest topics in their meetings?
I think one is the is a trust building process because over the past few years, particularly due to the interruption of the pandemic, and now there has been a lot of new developments, and that a lot of the forces that are pulling the string behind the China-EU and the China-France relationship. So this is really there to give a very strong assurance that these two countries are trusting each other, and we are very much in line to go forward in the economic and collaboration, so and also in cultural exchanges. And then it is also another assurance from China, because there has been doubts that's being casted over whether China is going to close the store, how to interpret the dual circulation, and how China would treat foreign investment together with the private sector, etc. So this is to assure the community in the entire Europe and also the rest of the world, not only the French ones, that a Chinese store remains open and remain wider, and more enabling environment is being forged very much on the agenda. So to make them rest assured that we are still highly committed to open. And third is that we really need to look at the frontier technologies that are really transforming the industrial landscape, and particularly the supply chain. And given there's a lot of noise talking about de-risking in Europe in particular, and so now the interdependence is there to promote the reciprocity on both sides. So simply de-risking with actually an alternative version of decoupling, it doesn't really help anybody. It's going to harm the fragile economy, which is now both sides are really experiencing. So, and then of course we are going to address two very important issues. That's the geopolitical confrontations and also the climate change issues.
Yeah, for viewers that are just joining us here on CGTN, a large-scale meeting between visiting Chinese president and his French counterpart, as well as their respective delegations, is taking place right now. You're looking at pictures from earlier that we were able to get off that meeting taking place right now between the Chinese president and his French counterpart. Of course, we're waiting to hear anything that comes out of that meeting, and we'll bring you more information as that becomes available. Professor Gong, Professor Liu talked about building political trust. I would assume that both leaders have a decent level of mutual trust because they have met a number of times in the past couple of years. Where do they go from here? Because obviously for France, a number of issues to address here. Whether Chinese market, as Professor Liu indicated just now, will continue to open. How welcoming will the Chinese market be for European investment, for French investment, and also other issues concerning regional conflicts, for example, the Ukraine crisis. Obviously, what is your take on what will dominate their talks today?
Well, if you read through the French press, and you can easily grasp that the most important issue that the French side is looking towards to come out of this meeting is really regarding the Ukraine war. I think China, and let's be very honest here, China and France having very different views on this war. Macron was even talking about keep the option open of sending NATO troops into Ukraine, right? China, of course, is taking a neutral position, wants to see this conflict to stop. These are very different opinions, and I think they got to be these two men got to be talking about this, see how they can work together, maybe to work out something that can be presentable to Moscow, because the French side understands very well that China holds a tremendous influence over the leadership in Moscow. So I think this is definitely something that will be discussed extensively. Now, from China's perspective, from Beijing's perspective, I think China is very much concerned about what's happening at NATO in relation to its, in my view, a very clear expansion into the Asian Pacific region. You see that joint military exercise between the United States, Philippines, and the British Navy. Thankfully, France was not there. So I think it's events like this that certainly will make China quite nervous about. We certainly see NATO as a defense alliance restricted in Europe across the Atlantic. There's nothing to do with any business to do with the Asian Pacific issues at all. So I think these are the issues that the Chinese side will certainly raise with its counterpart in Paris.
Something you said earlier really struck a chord with me about both China and France being permanent members of the UN Security Council. It goes back to, and then Professor Liu echoing that remark by saying there is a solid political foundation and consensus here. Gentlemen, hold that thought. I'll be back with you later in our program. And you're watching our special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France. French President Emmanuel Macron just held a welcoming ceremony for President Xi at Paris's Hotel des Invalides. We leave you with some key moments of the event. Our special coverage continues on CGTN. watching CGTN, and this is our special coverage on the Chinese president's visit to Paris. Chinese President Xi Jinping has held talks with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron in the French capital. Earlier, Macron held an official welcoming ceremony for Xi at Les Invalides. The two heads of state observed divisions from the French Republican Guard and troops from the French Army, Air Force, and Navy. Les Invalides is a museum and memorial dedicated to France's military history. It now houses collections of military equipment and memorials of notable French military leaders. Chinese President Xi Jinping says China sees Europe as an important partner in achieving Chinese modernization. President Xi made the remark while attending a trilateral meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in Paris. Xi Jinping says China and Europe should stick to dialogue and cooperation, deepen strategic communication, enhance strategic mutual trust, and push forward the steady and healthy development of China-Europe relations. He also hopes that China-France ties and China-Europe ties can facilitate each other and develop together. A written statement by the Chinese President Xi Jinping was released upon his arrival in Paris. He says he is happy to start his third state visit to France at the invitation of President Emmanuel Macron. President Xi says China-France relations are a model of peaceful coexistence and win-win cooperation between countries with different social systems. In recent years, relations have maintained a high level of development. New achievements have been made in cooperation in aviation, aerospace, nuclear energy, agriculture, and green sectors. President Xi hopes the two countries can pursue a brighter future of relations and make new contributions to world peace, stability, and development. French officials and experts are optimistic about stronger exchanges and mutually beneficial cooperation arising from President Xi's state visit.
The friendship between China and France has a very long history, and it is very important. It is not surprising that France is the first stop of President Xi's visit to Europe. China, France, and other European countries play an important role in defending multilateralism.
This year marks the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between France and China. It is a very important moment. Given the current international situation, dialogue between France and China is crucial for promoting global development.
Chinese President Xi's visit to France and meeting with French President Macron show that China and France are not competitors but partners. As President Xi said, China-France cooperation can not only benefit our two countries, but also the world.
And before we dive into President Xi's visit, let's take a look at the other stories making headlines around the world. Al Jazeera reports the Israeli military has ordered Palestinians living in the eastern neighborhoods of Gaza's Rafah city to leave for Han Yunis and Al Mawasi areas. Israel's army radio says the order comes before a military attack. Overnight, Israeli airstrikes killed 16 people in Rafah, and that includes 7 people from one family and 9 from another, including an infant. Earlier on Sunday, 3 Israeli soldiers were killed in a rocket attack claimed by Hamas. A Hamas official says its truce talks delegation in Cairo was en route to Qatar for more discussions. Reports say the Hamas delegation will return to Cairo on Tuesday and deliver its final response to the Egyptian ceasefire proposal. Al Jazeera's Arabic managing editor says the channel's Arabic coverage of Israel and the Gaza conflict will not be affected by the Netanyahu government's order to shut down its local operations. Israeli authorities say they acted because Al Jazeera threatened national security. Associated Press News Director John Gambrill reports from Jerusalem.
Al Jazeera has been operating and doing live shots every hour at a hotel just over my shoulder in East Jerusalem there. Apparently the police went in there and stopped him. This is part of this order that came out from the cabinet. Netanyahu referred to the channel as a mouthpiece for Hamas, that militant group that's started the war back on October 7th in this particular time frame. Now, Going forward, though, the channel has insisted that it's not a Hamas mouthpiece. It insists that their coverage, both in the West Bank, which has seen hundreds of people killed since the war began, as well as in Gaza Strip, which has seen 34,000 Palestinians killed in that Israeli military offensive, remain critical for the world to understand what's going on in the war. Now, Jazeera has come out with a statement just a short time ago. They say that they're going to move forward with every legal means they can to try to get this order rescinded. Our understanding is that it bars the channel from being able to operate and broadcast from within Israel for the next 45 days. It's unclear if the government would then proceed to extend that. We do know, though, the main cable providers in Israel have yanked Al Jazeera from the airwaves just a short time ago. The website's still available. They're still on streaming platforms here. The Israelis haven't gone after those, but it shows just the wider tensions over Al Jazeera's reporting and the fact that Al Jazeera is funded by Qatar, the government that's been so involved in these mediations with Hamas. It just shows just the ceasefire negotiations just have amplifications and just things going, riding out of it beyond which we're still trying to understand, and there still might be more going on as the negotiations go forward.
And India enters the third week of its 6-week general election. A key issue for young voters is unemployment. The Indian economy has been growing rapidly, but that high growth isn't reflected in job creation. CGTN correspondent Ratika Banjaj has this report.
About half of India's 1.4 billion population is under the age of 30. This demographic dividend is struggling with a high unemployment rate, sometimes worse than the pre-pandemic years. The International Labour Organization and Institute for Human Development say that the youth accounts for 83% of India's unemployed population. 2/3 of them have a secondary education degree or higher qualifications. India objects to the findings, citing misinterpretation of data and ignorance of the surge in gig workers.
I would say that we have definitely created a number of jobs in the low skill sets area. Construction has seen a lot of employment because housing sector has done well, but these are not the kind of jobs which can create that kind of income which can keep the economy going. Second, we have created a number of jobs if you're looking at in the logistics sector, both in terms of delivery as well as in terms of your e-commerce, where we are talking of a number of jobs being created. Again, typically these are low skill jobs which cannot be sustained forever.
White-collar jobs have shrunk too, with layoffs in the IT sector and automation causing redundancies. Anecdotal evidence, such as youth queuing up for jobs in conflict zones like Israel and Russia, or graduates of premier technology institutes not getting placements, point to a dire situation, and perhaps explain the renewed appeal of a government job that offers stability and many other perks.
This is Uttar Pradesh, India's most populous state and also the one most important politically, as it accounts for nearly 15% of all parliamentary seats. Government jobs are much sought after here. Millions apply for them for just a few thousand vacancies. But in recent years, exam papers meant to be entry points for these prestigious jobs have been leaked repeatedly, causing cancellations and also heartbreak for aspirants.
Students flock to coaching institutes in the hope to cut through the severe competition. For example, in February this year, 4.8 million aspirants took an exam aimed to fill just over 60,000 vacancies in the state's police force. It was eventually cancelled. And this happens repeatedly in many Indian states for varied government vacancies.
Deserving candidates are left behind when exam papers are leaked. It is very disappointing. I don't know if I should keep preparing because the next exam dates are not announced immediately. How long should I wait?
Important pre-poll surveys like that from CSDS Lokniti say that 62% of respondents felt getting jobs has become tougher today. But the same survey sees Prime Minister Modi and his Bharatiya Janata Party securing a comfortable win. The survey results indicate that the PM's image of a problem solver and a global statesman is still preferred by voters over a less than credible opposition. Radhika Bajaj, CGTN, Lucknow, India.
The death toll from non-stop rain in Brazil's southern state of Rio Grande do Sul continues to climb. Authorities said on Sunday that at least 78 people have been killed, with many still missing. More than 115,000 people have been displaced. The rains have triggered the worst floods in more than 80 years. CGTN correspondent Lucrecia Franco reports from Rio de Janeiro.
It is the biggest recorded flood in the history of Brazil's southern state of Rio Grande do Sul, killing dozens and forcing thousands to evacuate their homes. A hydroelectric dam partially collapsed. A bridge swept away, leaving several towns stranded. With boats as the only mode of transportation, residents are desperate to reach dry ground, saying they've never seen anything like what is happening here.
Humans must be doing something to the planet for it to be punishing us like this. I think pollution is happening because this is not normal. It's not natural.
President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva visited the disaster area this week and promised full support in response to the state governor's request for emergency aid.
We want to offer solidarity to the families and to the people of Rio Grande do Sul, and to reaffirm the federal government and its 37 ministers will be available to help the state.
According to civil defense officials, 281 municipalities have been affected, with over 30,000 people forced to evacuate their homes. Experts say these extreme weather events have been fueled by El Niño conditions that bring warmer sea and air temperatures. This week, Rio de Janeiro registered its hottest day in May in more than 20 years, while São Paulo matched its hottest day ever recorded in May. Lucrecia Franco, CGTN, Rio de Janeiro.
Kenyan authorities say 9 more people have died in the last 24 hours due to floods and landslides triggered by heavy rain. It brings the death toll to 228. And tropical cyclone Hidea has weakened after making landfall, but Kenya's meteorological department forecasts more heavy rain across the country. The areas around the town of Mai Mahiu in the Rift Valley region have been some of the hardest hit by flash floods. Continuing heavy rain has affected search and rescue operations there. Government officials have given an update on the situation.
Definitely there is a lot of rain, and we had a lot last night. And what is now happening, it's straining a bit again the areas we thought were okay. And that's why you heard me say we need to let everybody know if you're in an area that is unsafe, now everybody must move.
Our secondary role is to assist government agencies and to ensure lives and livelihoods of Kenyans are in good place in such circumstances. So we have brought the various capabilities to work with the multi-agency teams to ensure that we bring alleviation to those that have been affected, but also for those that have lost their loved ones. We'll spare no effort to make sure that the bodies are recovered.
And you're watching CGTN special coverage on Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France. Stay with us.
In the world of unprecedented challenges, 2 countries are teaming up.
Climate change is about to change everything.
China and France, united by common goals.
It's opening a new door in science.
Working together is always much better than working alone.
Join us on an extraordinary journey. Witness the power of cooperation and the wonders of science. Vive l'attaque, only on CGTN.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has held talks with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron in Paris. Earlier, Macron held an official welcoming ceremony for Xi at Les Invalides. The 2 heads of state observed divisions from the French Republican Guard and troops from the French Army, Air Force, and Navy. Les Invalides is a museum and memorial dedicated to France's military history. It now houses collections of military equipment and memorials of notable French military leaders. And for more discussion, I'm now joined in the studio by Professor Jiang Gong, Vice President of Research and Strategy at the University of International Business and Economics, Israel, and Professor Cui Hongjian, Director of the Center for European Union and Regional Development Studies at Beijing Foreign Studies University. Gentlemen, fantastic to have both of you on our special coverage today. Professor Cui, let me start with you. We're talking about a political foundation that is the underlying and overarching consensus between China and France. We often say China-France relations are at the front of China's relations with Western countries. Can you help us understand what constitutes that political consensus and foundation?
Also, this we call the political foundation for this bilateral relation between China and France, not only because of historic innovation. As we know, 60 years ago, both two big countries, they find out they need to work out this so-called the restrictions for Cold War structure. They need to find out the more independent relations with each other. So I think it gives a very, very strong impact on the current, on the international relations, and it gives more options for other countries, even living in this Cold War situation. But I think not only for this historic reason, and we can find that in the past 60 years, the very, very stability, very stable relations or cooperations always the mainstream for these two countries in these bilateral relations. At the same time, as we know, a mutual trust, not only on a political level and also on a strategical level, always a very, very important starting point for these bilateral relations. As two big countries and two major players in the world, these relations between China and France, not only on the China-France bilateral level and also on regional level. As we know, China-France relations always play a very leading role in China-Europe relations. And as the permanent member of the Security Council in the United Nations, the global governance, especially now, security governance, become a very, very big focus for both the countries. So I think through this visit by President Xi, certainly this kind of political foundation will be strengthened, and also at the same time, this very, very high strategic consensus will be strengthened. So I think it's a very important time for both countries to rethink about how could they, give some more dynamic for this cooperation, and especially to have some more, benign and also reliable relations with each other.
All right, professors, do stay with me here on our program. I'll be back with you later. Now our correspondent Ross Cullen joins me from Paris. Ross, how have the French public reacted to the two leaders meeting?
Well, the two leaders will be having their declarations to the press very shortly in the Élysée Palace. You might be able to see the trees behind me. Just the other side of those is where the French president's residence and office is, the Élysée Palace, where he's been hosting Xi Jinping this afternoon, Emmanuel Macron. And he's just posted on Instagram a tweet saying, "Welcome to Xi Jinping for your third state visit here to France." Lots for the two leaders to discuss from their work together on things like climate change, where Paris and Beijing are aligned, to areas of disalignment, for example, the war in Ukraine, or as China calls it, the crisis in Ukraine. Emmanuel Macron really hoping that China can play a role. He sees it's decisive, he says, that there is close coordination with China on the war in Ukraine, and also they'll be discussing the situation in the Middle East. Here in Paris, we have Chinese and French flags all along the Champs-Élysées, which is just the other side of the camera, and lots of people are interested in the visit, looking at the Chinese flag and thinking there must be a big leader here in town, and it is, of course, the president on day one, his first full day of his state visit to France, heading down to the Pyrenees for day 2. But a lot of interest, and you can also hear sirens. There's been a lot of police as well, making sure that the visit runs smoothly, because Mr. Xi has been to Invalides, the former military hospital, to where Napoleon is buried, and then back to the Élysée Palace behind me, as I say, for those talks this afternoon with his counterpart, Emmanuel Macron.
Ross, we appreciate that update from you, Ross Cullen, on top of the Chinese president's meeting in Paris for us. Thank you so much. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has attended a trilateral meeting alongside French President Emmanuel Macron and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen at the Élysée Palace in Paris. We get more details from CGTN's Quan Chen.
President Xi noted China always views its relations with the EU from a strategic and long-term perspective. It regards Europe as an important dimension in its major country diplomacy with Chinese characteristics and an important partner on its path towards Chinese modernization. He says China and the EU, as two important forces, should continue to see each other as partners, deepening strategic communication, enhance strategic mutual trust, carry out strategic coordination, and continue making new contributions to world peace and development. Macron says this year marks the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between China and France. France hopes to strengthen cooperation and dialogue with China. The EU has said it does not support the idea of decoupling from China and welcomes the investment of Chinese enterprises. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says EU-China relations are positive and play a pivotal role in global affairs. On the Ukraine crisis, President Xi points out China, France, and the EU all wish to see an early ceasefire and the return to peace in Europe. On the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, President Xi stresses the need to realize a comprehensive ceasefire as quickly as possible. Quan Chen, CGTN.
And let's return to my studio guests here, Professors Cui Hongjian and Zhang Gong. Professor Gong, you were talking about that vibrant economic and trade relationship between China and France, and all of that can be traced back to that beginning 60 years ago, to the resumption of diplomatic ties between China and France, a visionary step taken by General Charles de Gaulle to really break the ice of the Cold War at the time. Professor Cui said about this just now. At the time, it was very much camp confrontation, bloc confrontation. You pick a side, you stick with it. And it was General de Gaulle who had the vision to break this and resume diplomatic ties with China. I do want to explore the political foundation, the political consensus between both countries here. You were talking about both of them being permanent members of the Security Council. How have they cooperated using the mechanism of the UN Security Council to safeguard world peace and stability?
Well, I think the part of history you refer to is very characteristic of what's called the French Gaullist style of diplomacy. It has its own independent views. It's not. President Macron has explicitly said that the European Union is not some kind of a vast large state of the United States. It wants to have its own sovereignty and independence. And then this is very much in the interest of China to see that way. I remember just a few days ago, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said something like, China cannot have both ways. On one side, wants to have a close relationship with the European Union. At the same time, it is still maintaining a normal trade relationship with Russia. And I think this is probably somewhat, the focal issue here. That what the two sides' disagreement is really about. I think. I think certainly from the French perspective, it wants to see Russia to be defeated in this war. Whereas from China's perspective, we take a neutrality position. At the same time, we maintain normal trade relationships with both countries, both Russia as well as Ukraine. And certainly we do have common interest, though, in terms of seeing a ceasefire, seeing a frozen of the war, seeing a peace deal coming out of this. So I think at least there is some room of cooperation between the two sides. And I think aside from United States, which takes a very strong position in siding with Kyiv, with Ukraine, and I think France and China probably are the two countries that are most qualified in terms of mediating a peace solution. Because after all, China takes a neutrality position. That, at the same time, France represents a somewhat independent voice among the NATO bloc. So I think this is, at least, I think these two countries are parties that Moscow can talk to when it comes to a peace solution in Ukraine. So I think, definitely both sides want to talk about it, making some kind of a consensus about this issue, and hopefully there's an action plan coming out of this so that the peace process in Ukraine can be moving forward.
Yeah, we're watching and monitoring that meeting very closely, as reported by our correspondent just now. That meeting involving both delegations is still ongoing. And according to our Paris correspondent, France certainly wanted to talk about regional issues such as the crisis in Ukraine, the Middle East tensions, and all of that. And that obviously a key part of that meeting as well. Professor Cui, can I get your take on China's reactions and China's prepared responses to some of these talks that France obviously is very anxious to discuss with China?
So I think firstly on these issues like Ukraine and Palestine, some other conflict or crisis, the Chinese attitude or stance has been as clear, consistent as possible. Also, firstly, China always try to insist some principles from the United Nations Charter or some other. On this regard, I think China and France.
Apologies, Professor.
Yes.
We want to take our viewers straight to Paris, France, where a signing ceremony is taking place in the witness of visiting Chinese president and his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron. If you're just joining us here on CGTN, you're looking at live pictures coming out of Paris.
Three projects of coordination with EDF, installation of photovoltaic panels in Saudi Arabia, and also in Wuhan. In Guangdong, we are also assembling Chinese French batteries. FF Alstom's is also assembling metro accessories in Dongguan for the municipality. A proposition on sustainable development is also launched, a renewment between Bank of China and Crédit Agricole in order to facilitate the future development. A strategic agreement with Credit Suisse, Suez, a MOU of participation from BPI for the new funding, a MOU between Schneider Electric and StarCharge for the creation of a joint venture, Super Green, in order to build a stockage for EV batteries, a support between Safran, Helicopter Motor, an intentional letter between EDF and China Nuclear Power Group for the enlargement of their cooperation, and an agreement between Orano, Bank of China, to finance French companies in France and in China. Now, for the President of the Republic of France. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. The agreement shows your third visit, your state visit in France, and we are very proud and happy to receive you for the third state visit, and it's also the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic ties between our two countries. In this international situation, we need more than ever collaboration between our two countries. Tomorrow we will be in the Haute-Pyrénées region, and in the continuity of your 2014 Lyon visit, in the exchange in Beaulieu-sur-Mer, in Nice. In 2019, we are going to create and talk about stronger ties between our two countries, which is the same thing we did in Xi'an, Shanghai, and also the opportunity I had in 2023 in Guangdong, and I hope that you will enjoy our very warm reception to further our cooperation. As I have said several times, we are living in a circumstance where threats are more than ever threatening, menacing. So in this instability context, our relation between two countries has a cultural respect and mutual respect and mutual trust. And I think we can play an important role in bilateral development relations and also for the stability of Europe, China, stability and peace in the world. I thank you very much for participating in the trilateral meeting with the President of EU and Europe Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. We talked about Ukraine, we talked about Middle East, and we talked about our common agenda to build more convergence and not blockage on technology. Our exchanges this morning brought many things. First, we, of course, talked about the war of aggression launched by Russia against Ukraine, but that's not just a conflict concerning the European continent. It goes beyond to the world stage, the biggest since the Second World War, and the participation of China helped to maintain the UN Charter, which is the respect of sovereignty and independence. Thank you very much for your participation. Then we wanted this morning emphasize the importance and the determination of Europe to support Ukraine, which is necessary. There is no European peace without this. However, it's not a war against Russia or Russian people. We have no intention to change the regime in Moscow. It's not about that. It's about Russian power to weaken its conflict. And we also talked about the historical ties. We know that China and Russia enjoy a very long relation. This can attenuate, weaken the current conflicts. And also we talked about the strict prohibition of Chinese weapons to Russia. This is what you said a year ago, almost a year ago, and you said it again, and I believe that the length and quality of our exchanges reassured us about this. We also talked about the war in Ukraine, especially on the information that we have on this and this company or this and that circumstance. We also talked about coordination on humanitarian aid to lead to a sustainable peace which respects international laws and international order. In this name, I thank you again for coming here before the state visit of President Putin of Russia so that we can exchange on our common agenda to have a sustainable peace which allows stability, peace of the whole region, which is a peace that respects international laws. Next month, we were going to organize a conference. We share the same goal in a short-term sustainable development, food security, but also a very much sustainable and respectful development. We also talked about Middle East and the mounting stress and pressure in that region. We share the same goal, which is an immediate ceasefire and to facilitate humanitarian aid for the local population and to open a perspective in politics, in political dialogue. There is no double standard, neither for China nor for France. This goes the same with Iran. And by the way, we had a very long discussion about our wish to have a coordinated work on the subject. We also talked about the situation in East Asia and also situation in the ballistic region in Korea, and also the question between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. And also we talked about the very grave importance of that. Now, we are thinking of an Olympic ceasefire during the Parisian Olympic Games. And thank you, Mr. President, during our discussion to show your willingness to work towards to all actors an Olympian ceasefire during the Games. And also we talked about a very important topic, that is the bilateral question. We know that we have many dossiers in terms of France and China and Europe. This morning, the President of the EU Commission also expressed very clearly very important subjects in the framework of EU-China relation. And I want to say a very simple thing, that is, first, EU is the most open market in the world. And the second thing is our technological and commercial strategy is completely independent. We depend on no one. So we are open and we trust, but we want a fair trade. We do not want to be dependent on the mounting international crisis. This is why we want, in this framework of competition, that we want a fair and balanced, a level playing field for all actors, so that we can have a better momentum on all sectors, because we see tariff or regular or non-tariff questions. Perhaps these are the subjects that we can work on. Thank you very much for the President's open-mindedness. And moreover, we want to continue working on the Chinese market on agro-foods, on agroalimentary products, in aerospace, etc. By the way, we will sign very important contracts on agroalimentary foods. We also have very high-end technology in HTC, in Vallée d'Assy near Douai. In France, we support this fair and equitable collaboration, and we hope to have more development projects on battery, on EVs, on technological solutions or platform of innovation. And then we, of course, naturally talked about world crises on climate. Of course, I want to emphasize how much we share between China and France. We share the same agenda for progress. This allows the Paris Agreement on biodiversity, on climate, on especially the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and also a convention that we will have in Nice next spring. It's an important subject for G20 and for the next COP. And we will talk about I thank your Prime Minister last June for his visit. And so we talked about Zambia, Sri Lanka, Chad, etc. And the following up to coordinate better with the Multilateral Development Bank in Africa. We also talked about AI. We share the same willingness to avoid a world fragmentation. France will organize in 2025 February on the next summit of AI, and we would like to work in close collaboration with China, and I'd like to again thank Mr. President for his openness on this subject. And then we talked about, of course, the cultural subjects. And this year, we are celebrating not just 60th anniversary of diplomatic ties between our two great countries, but also the year of Franco-Chinese tourism and culture. So we have more than 300 events in more than 30 countries in China and in France for theatre, for arts, for all sorts of art. We have the l'Opéra Royal de Versailles, we have Comédie Française, we have the Ballet de Bordeaux, we have also music and dances, and we would love to receive Chinese arts in Musée Guimet, Arts of Asia, and also we are going to do all that is necessary to collaborate on sports and in the continuity of my visit in Guangzhou, in Sun Yat-sen University, Chinese students who had studied in France can have a longer duration of visa, because there is an old tradition between the two countries to train students, and we have very important students in our history. And this is a treasure for us, and this is what makes our dialogue more thriving. Well, Mr. President, this is what I wanted to say, and thank you again very sincerely for your presence in Paris. And tomorrow we're going to visit in a very delicate moment that is now, and your participation as well as your wife's participation is very important. Thank you. I give you the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure to pay another visit to France at the invitation of President Macron on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic ties between China and France. My previous two visits are still vividly on my mind and in my memory. So that is why I have been looking forward to this third state visit to France. And just now I had a very fruitful conversation with President Macron. We both believe that China-France ties are historic and have strategic values and important historic missions, and we have to carry forward the mission from history and advocate the spirit that guided the founding of our diplomatic ties, and add new connotations of our times and open a new chapter for the next 6 decades of our diplomatic ties. And we have the plans to do well in the following areas. First, consolidate our strategic relations. I welcome President Macron to pay another visit to China. China and France reaffirm their commitment to each other's core interests, and we will make the best use of our multi-dimensional communication channels at different levels, so as to coordinate our policy standpoints. Second, tap the potential of win-win cooperation between the two countries. China and France will stabilize and further increase their bilateral trade. We will expand our cooperation in agri-food and finance, and deepen our cooperation in civil aviation, in nuclear energy for civil purposes, and other areas. In the meantime, we are going to align our cooperation in strategic areas, expand our collaboration in green energy, smart manufacturing, biomedicine, and artificial intelligence, and also third-party markets and other emerging sectors. China has already made its manufacturing industry fully open to external investors, and we're going to expedite our openness in the fields of power generation and medicine. We encourage the expansion of two-way investments, and we are committed to providing a sound business environment for investors from each other's countries. During my visit, we have signed 18 cooperation agreements between different departments and sectors covering aviation, agriculture, people-to-people exchange, green development, SME cooperation, among others. Third, strengthen people-to-people exchanges between the two countries. Leveraging the opportunity of Chinese New Year in France and French Year in China, we are going to strengthen our collaboration in sports, education, movie, and among youth, and at the local level. China supports France in hosting the Paris Olympic Games, and we welcome more French friends to pay a visit to China, and we decide to issue a visa-free travel and extend this policy to the end of 2024, and we also support the opening of direct air routes from Marseille to Shanghai. More than 150 years ago, the China Fujian Shipping Academy, which was co-founded by French friends, and also we had a overseas study campaign in the beginning of last century, and those were legendary stories in the educational exchanges between the two countries. And we welcome the fact that France is serving as the host country of China-France Exchange Year of Education. Over the past decades, we have welcomed more than 10,000 international students from France. And for the figure from Europe at large, the number has increased by one-fold. And fourth, we are going to consolidate the global consensus on cooperation. China and France will deepen their cooperation in climate change and in protection of biodiversity. We are also going to deepen our cooperation in global governance of artificial intelligence, in the reform of the international financial regime. China supports France in hosting the 2025 UN Maritime Conference. We encourage parks and natural reserves of the two countries to align their efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, the world we live in is not at peace. As permanent members of the UN Security Council and as a responsible major country in the world, China is willing to work together with France. By seizing the opportunity of the Paris Olympic Games, we call on the whole world to engage in ceasefire during the Paris Olympic Games. With respect to the Palestinian an Israeli conflict, and this conflict has been around for quite some time, and it's a testament to the humanity that we share, and the international community has to do something. We advocate a immediate, comprehensive and sustainable ceasefire in Gaza, and we support Palestine to become a formal member of the UN. And we also support the legitimate rights of Palestine so that we can restore the two-state solution and achieve long-lasting peace in Middle East. Regarding the Ukrainian crisis, China has made clear of its positions on multiple occasions. China was not the perpetrator of the crisis, nor is it an involved party of the crisis. But we are not sitting idly by. Rather, we have been trying our very best in achieving peace. The special envoy of the Chinese government with regards to the Eurasia affairs has already started his third round of negotiations for this matter. At the same time, China is opposed to countries using the Ukrainian crisis to smear and trash any third countries so as to instigate a new round of Cold War. History has shown to us that all the conflicts must be resolved through negotiation, and we call on all the parties to re-engage in negotiation and dialogue so as to consolidate our mutual trust. China supports a early convening of a international meeting on peace, and that is participated by both Russia and Ukraine and supported by all parties in the world. And we support the establishment of a European security framework that is effective and reliable for the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 75th anniversary for the founding of the People's Republic of China. After 75 years of arduous struggles, China has changed dramatically. But there's one thing that has never changed, which is China's commitment to peace and kindness, and our generosity and our pursuit to peace and justice. And these are deeply rooted in the Chinese civilization, which can date back to 5,000 years ago. It is also deeply rooted in the DNA of the Chinese people. And China is willing to work together to join hands with all the countries in the world, with France included, so as to develop a friendly partnership and weather through storms together and march ahead towards the future. Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
And that is the latest on the Chinese president's visit in France. Both presidents addressing members of the press to talk about the contents of their meeting and discussions earlier today. Such a diverse array of topics were covered. If you're just joining us here on CGTN, the Chinese and French presidents just addressed members of the press to talk about the contents of their meeting and their discussions today that covered a wide range of topics. Let's discuss this with my studio guests here, Professors Cui Hongjian and Jiang Gong. Both of you are right. They talked about the Ukraine crisis. They talked about the Middle East tensions, the crisis between Palestinians and Israelis. They also spent a sizable part of their meeting talking about how to advance bilateral relations. So if you look at what happened in their meeting today, basically 3 parts. There is a part about how to advance bilateral relations between China and France with cooperative projects and agreements signed. There's a part about the Ukraine crisis where both presidents expressed their views and their stances. There's a part about Middle East tensions between Israelis and Palestinians. Also, other parts about East Asia situations, Korean Peninsula situations. But basically, primarily 3 parts here today. Professor Cui, let me get your take on the contents of their discussions today.
I think we got a very deep impression about this exchange and the talks between 2 leaders. First of them, it's a very comprehensive, coverage. We can find that no matter, on the bilateral relations and also how could both 2 countries to find some more common grounds on some crisis or conflict solutions, and also even about the, the shoulder almost a similar responsibility to help the situation and to insist this free trade or some other issue, and also in the context of current situation for the huge change and the drastic and change for some relations for major players, some other. I think it shows a very, very clear message for the international community that both China and France, they do have a very high level strategic mutual trust, and they try to work together, even on some concrete issues like Ukraine or some other. Certainly, and both 2 countries, they do not have the same starting point, but it could not be the barriers for both 2 sides to try to achieve some more cooperation. We can find out, for example, now for both 2 leaders, they called for this ceasefire during the Olympic Games. It will be held in Paris this summer. I think it would be a very concrete, consensus for both sides. Say that, okay, even we do have a different position, we do have a different understanding about the Ukrainian crisis, its historic background or some other, but we could do something further. We can try to push forward our exchange. So I think it gives a very, very clear message, not only for Europe countries and not only for stakeholders of the crisis and even for the international community. I think it gives a very, very important experience for not only for China and France, and even for China and the United States. We can find out even we are different on system, some other, but we could find out common goals. We can find out even a common approach to achieve some more and more cooperation.
What about you, Professor Gong? What are some of the major takeaways from you?
Well, it kind of strikes me that President Macron spent almost 3/4 of her speech on the Ukraine issue. Actually, he spends a lot of time talking extensive about that issue. Whereas President Xi only touched upon the Ukraine issue in his the last bullet item in his talk. I think it shows how much of an importance this Ukraine issue to the French side. And President Macron even mentioned the coming visit by President Putin to Beijing, and he certainly said that this meeting between us is important for the future talk with President Putin, in hope, of course, that peace somehow can be achieved. And I think it does indicate maybe a little bit of a bright prospect of a ceasefire may indeed happen during the Olympic Games, which is going to be, I think, in July. That's going to happen in Paris. So I think that's probably something positive out of that meeting. I think both sides definitely have some consensus about this issue. Now, on the Ukraine issue, President Xi basically said 3 things. First of all, he said that this is not our creation. This is not a question, we have nothing to do with it, right? Second thing he said is that China, in addition to that not being a partner at all in this conflict, but it wants to and indeed plays a proactive role in terms of trying to mediate a peace there, right? And the third thing he said is, I think it's pretty important, that he said, China is definitely opposed to the notion using this conflict as a way of smearing China, as a way of sort of describing China as belonging to a certain camp or certain axis, basically taking an attitude that you are either with us or against us. And I think China categorically rejects that position. So I think, this summarizes China's position on the Ukraine issue. Again, I want to emphasize, aside from the other sort of, in my view, more easier issues in the bilateral relationships, more rooms for cooperation, enhancement of relationships. I think the thorny issue here still remains the Ukraine issue here. I think you can see from these two speeches that two countries still have quite different positions and stances on this particular issue. But somehow there might be some room of cooperation.
And both sides obviously leveraging this platform, taking the opportunity here to make their voices heard, to make their stances heard, sending strong messages to the international community that they are capable of cooperating on these issues of common concern. Professors, thank you so much. I do want to check in with CGTN reporter Zhao Yunfei, who is standing by for us in Paris. Yunfei, we just heard from both presidents who made public the contents of their discussion and their meetings today. They spent a significant amount of time talking about how to advance bilateral relations, how to address regional conflicts, and also how to advocate for and facilitate international cooperation. What more do you have for us this hour?
Zhongshi, indeed, that they have spent a lot of time, a significant amount of time, and lots of things are happening on Sunday morning. Crucially, also part of the Sunday afternoon, there's a small-scale bilateral meeting, large-scale bilateral meeting, grand welcome ceremony, as well as a trilateral meeting between China, France, and the European Union. So certainly a lot of things are going on. In fact, it went longer than what the reporters on the ground have expected. So certainly they have been discussing a lot. And then in the press briefing between the two presidents just now, a lot of information are being released. To give you more insight on that, I'm happy to join by Professor Joe F. Toker. He's American Graduate School of Diplomacy in Paris. Thank you so much to our show again, Professor. So my first question is that President Xi has just mentioned that the two countries should have reached an agreement on a lot of things, including core interests on multilateralism. So what's your understanding of multilateralism? Do you think that China and France are taking the same way on that?
They're not taking the same way in the way both parties look at it and define it. But the idea of multinationalism is actually a rather ancient concept, both for China and for France in different ways. France being part of the global West and a close ally of the United States and other European partners of the EU, and China, of course, are preaching multilateralism since day one, almost, in Chinese independence, right? So they don't mean the same thing, but they mean, I think both President Macron and President Xi mean that there should be no trap in the big game of big powers. And there should be different and multiple voices which participate in the attempt to resolve crises, especially the lethal ones, the wars which are unfortunately taking place right now. One of them is happening next door to where we're sitting here, right, in Ukraine. And I noticed that President Xi mentioned it, and even mentioned, and I was wondering why, that China was not an instigator of the crisis. I was wondering what was on his mind. Of course, China is not the instigator of this crisis, but is the fact that the president mentioned it this way in the context of a European framework which should shortly try to resolve the problem? If I have to trust the simultaneous translation which I had, 5 minutes ago or so, but it's worthwhile looking into.
Well, basically, in the speech, President Xi has stressed that, speaking of the Ukraine crisis, China is not the starter, nor one of the engagement of the crisis, but China is promoted to be the commitment of the peaceful, settlement of the crisis.
That's correct. And even mentioned the third round, I think, of the special envoy who's negotiating in the name of China with some of the parties involved.
Absolutely. Speaking of, agreement or multilateralism, it's kind of again echoed by President Macron. He mentioned that the two countries should cherish how much both countries have in common between China and France, because they've been sharing a long-term history of diplomatic ties, and even without diplomatic ties, long-term friendship.
That's correct. That's correct. But we should keep in mind that in this context, in the context of bilateral exchanges, mainly economically and in terms of trade affairs, France is on the demanding side. You know that the exceeding imports of China towards France are over 40 billion euros, almost 50 billion US dollars, right? And the situation has been bad in this sense from a French point of view for years now. And that's true for some other European, other members of the European Union. So they're all asking to try to bring some new equilibrium. Now, this is, of course, not the direct interest of China, but it's part of what the French are asking for, and the Chinese, if there's something which will go the optimistic way, would somehow seize on. So this, I think, is the way to interpret the reference to those bilateral exchanges, with the hope of enlarging cooperation in many domains.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to the specific field of cooperation, both presidents have mentioned about tackling climate change, as well as, I think, AI has been mentioned about many times. How significant are those areas of cooperation?
Oh, obviously, very much so. In green economy and green industry, which China is really leading worldwide, or almost leading worldwide, and which interests a lot Europe and France in particular. So these are obviously domains in which there is mileage to go forward on both sides. One has to add to this analysis the overall European context.
Right.
This is France. This is a bilateral official visit of President Xi in France. But France is a leading member of the EU, which has 27 members. The Chinese president will visit one of them, Hungary, which is the most problematic one in the Union in terms of the consensual positions of all the 27. So the Europeans and the French are interested in those domains when it comes to climate change and in green energy and domains of future research and production. But they're all demanding towards the Chinese to do something in order to make their own balance of commerce more positive from their point of view.
So many different views should be discussed. Thank you so much, Professor Toker. Thank you so much. Now, following up, on the ground reporters are expecting more discussions on the business fields between the two countries. So keep an eye on that. Back to you, Doshu.
We appreciate that update. Thanks to you and Professor Toker. All right, now our team in London will be bringing us more of what they think about the events and the economic ties between China and France. Julia, great to see you there. We look forward to hearing from you and our colleagues at CGTN Europe.
Thanks, Zhongshe. Great to hear from you too. Well, I'm Juliet Mann, and a very warm welcome. Now, we've just been hearing from President Xi Jinping and President Emmanuel Macron in Paris following their meeting. A number of deals were signed before the two leaders met the press. Strong economic ties have been forged during the 60 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Imports and exports have grown at an annual rate of 5.9% over the last 5 years. Total trade reached almost $80 billion in 2023. And so China is now France's largest Asian trading partner, while France is China's third biggest trading partner in the European Union. Well, from French farms to Chinese tables, that's the branding behind a recent boost in agricultural trade. French wine exports to China alone amount to over $660 million a year. Another vital sector is aerospace, really important to the economic relationship. France was the first Western country to launch flights to China in 1966. And now Airbus runs many assembly lines in the country and has surpassed Boeing to become the largest supplier in China's aviation market. The two countries have a common interest in nuclear energy. French-owned electricity giant EDF is the primary foreign investor in China's energy sector. It owns 30% of a joint venture in the Daya Bay nuclear power plant in Guangdong. And France is one of the top destinations for Chinese tourists. At its peak in 2019, 2.2 million Chinese travellers visited France, generating over $3.7 billion in revenue. French citizens can enjoy visa-free travel to China for up to 15 days. Xiaolin Shen is the head of international at Crane Shares. Great to see you, Xiaolin Shen. Now, there's a lot to hear about. I'd like to start off by talking about trade, because we had Emmanuel Macron saying he'd like to level the playing field, and President Xi saying that they really want to encourage two-way investment in sectors like power generation and in medicine. So what's your take?
This is a great opportunity for French president to meet with President Xi Jinping in those one-to-one meetings to exactly deal with the top agenda of what he's facing is to grow France. Let alone France's GDP last quarter was 0.2%. He's facing a country with giant pool of middle class that's exactly needed all the product he needs to desperately find the export destination to. I think this opportunity comes in a very timely fashion for France. Obviously, when I heard President Xi Jinping's speech also, he wants this to be a win-win situation. He signed 18 agreements, if I heard the reports clearly. That shows a lot of sincere movement from here. Namely agriculture, and as you said, nuclear, clean energy, so on and so forth. So I think this is going to be economically beneficial for both countries, for each of the people who live in the two countries. President Xi Jinping reiterated the support of China for France to host the Olympic next year, opening up direct flights from Shanghai to Paris, visa-free program extended. I think all these actions being taken, to me, as it shows thus far, a very success dialogue, very success conversation between the two, and absolutely with the results of trade to come in the coming quarters and years, of course.
It's interesting you talk about those 18 trade agreements, from aviation to green development, as coming in a really timely fashion. I mean, do you think the timing being so close to US elections is important regarding future trade deals with Europe?
I think all above, Juliet. It is important also for China. Now, China has a very clear agenda. This is where our Western media need to understand. We have a very clear agenda to modernize society, to urbanize our society. We have advanced technology, advanced, information infrastructure capability, building all of that. We are very keen to work with the Western world countries to particularly build those up. So those contracts absolutely is important. It's interesting to see what exactly the 18 agreements would be and which sector, but I'm sure we'll touch base on all those sectors. At the same time, China is focusing on growing its economy. Now 5.3 of GDP in Q1. That trend will continue. Chinese capital market is doing really well. The policy is in place. Now we're welcoming international investments into China as a country, and also vice versa. China, if I remember correctly, I remember Macron went to China in April 2023, probably earlier part of 2023, and signed a huge deal with Airbus. I think this is going to continue the trends for France to benefit from China to modernize its own country and also be more open to Western world.
And Sharon, what about how the two nations operate together on the national stage in terms of the geopolitics? I mean, President Xi said the world we live in is not at peace, and there were talks about a ceasefire, perhaps during the Paris Olympics. What's your take on that?
I absolutely acknowledge, President Xi's statements that China has been. If I read all the media's, statements from China and also the interpretation from Western media, all I read is China wants peace and make sure they could, in any ways they could influence in a positive way, constructive way, to any country involved in geopolitical risk or geopolitical tensions, to make sure they can come back to the table and talk and make sure there's a peaceful way to resolve the situation. The fact both leaders, all including European Commission presidents, also acknowledging geopolitical challenges that faced, particularly for Europe, how they're going to deal with the challenges. They clearly need China's help. I think if I read the statement correctly, President Xi Jinping is very willing to help to make sure every effort we could centered around economically, all connections and influence over other leaders at the world stage. China is willing very much to step up to help in negotiation of geopolitical tensions, to ease to ceasefire in any ways they can. That's really positive to me.
Of course, it's also the year of France-China tourism, and President Xi talked about strengthening those people-to-people ties and relationships, something President Macron also mentioned. And they're going quite big on collaboration in sport and in education. You think that's really important, don't you?
I do. I think it's another way for people to people. We understand each other, exchange culture, exchange things we, matters to each other, and that's only provides a better future together. I think there's a long history of the Chinese consumers love to learn from what is good or what is happening in Paris, vice versa. A lot of the French luxury brands, their major revenue, 40% probably, some of them over half, are from China. So it's very important for both sides to get to understand each other's culture. At the end of the day, economic will prevail. Economic terms will definitely come back after people understand each other, knowing each other. But I do expect, given the Olympic is really next year, a lot of preparation in games, in entertainment, exchange students, learning French is, from China, vice versa, is going to be definitely encourage both sides to keep the communication gate open, to understand each other's culture, to understand actions we took from both sides when facing the same global challenges that we face today.
Xiaolin Shen, Head of International at Crane Shares, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you. Well, let's join our correspondent Ken Brown in Paris. Ken, let's talk a little bit more in detail about these 18 trade agreements that have been signed. What can you tell us about what happened at these talks?
Yes, Juliette. So we're just up the road here from the Elysee Palace, where those talks have just been held. We're outside the Marigny Theatre, where President Xi will address the Business Council next, the next stop on a very busy schedule today. Now, we heard those declarations to the press. 18 cooperation agreements signed covering green development, aviation, agri-food, among others. Also, people-to-people exchanges, sport, education. We heard about talks about the truce on the Olympic Games, the opening of more direct air routes to Shanghai. Now, among those agreements, we saw some of the detailed companies like EDF, the French energy company, a deepening of nuclear cooperation there between Chinese and French companies, more French factories being opened in China, a joint solar project in Saudi Arabia, also an agreement on EV batteries, the potential for more factories to be opened here in France. Also, a lot of financial agreements involving French financial institutions, the Bank of China, for example, to facilitate investment, particularly among SMEs. So over the last couple of days, we've heard a lot of talk about mutual trust and cooperation. Now we're seeing some of the detail. Of course, Macron, while he was talking, talked a lot about the Ukraine conflict and the need to implement the UN Charter, the respect for international law. Macron says there's, from the European side, there's absolutely no intent to change regime in Moscow. He talked about humanitarian conditions in the Ukraine, also the situation in the Middle East, cooperation and coordination between France and China, the EU and China, to try and bring some kind of peaceful resolution there. As I mentioned, the truce during the Olympics is a big issue. So, of course, Paris 2024 happening here just in a couple of months' time. Macron really wanted to emphasized that the EU is, he called it the most open market in the world. He said that it's an independent market. It depends on no one. He thanked President Xi for his open-mindedness in listening to all of this. They talked about, yes, development projects, as I mentioned, on EU battery production, further innovation in other areas, collaboration in climate, for example, global biodiversity, artificial intelligence. They talked about next year a program on avoiding world fragmentation. Tourism also is a big issue, as you mentioned. France, one of the most popular destinations for Chinese tourists. Next year, we have a huge celebration of culture, some 300 events in 30 countries taking place in that year of tourism. Also talked about collaboration in terms of students, saying that that is one of the foundation stones of French-China understanding and cooperation. Not long ago, Deng Xiaoping was here studying in France, so a long history of that, Juliet.
Long history of cooperation. I'm sure we'll hear more. Ken Brown in Paris, thank you very much. And that's it for now from all of us here at CGTN Europe in London. Back to Jean-Cher and the team in Beijing.
Julia, thank you so much. Chinese President Xi Jinping and French President Emmanuel Macron have briefed the media. The Chinese president called for both sides to carry forward the guiding spirit of diplomatic ties and begin another 60 years of new journey.
And just now, I had a very fruitful conversation with President Macron. We both believe that China-France ties are historic and have strategic values and important historic missions, and we have to carry forward the mission from history and advocate the spirit that guided the founding of our diplomatic ties and add new connotations of our times and open a new chapter for the next 6 decades of our diplomatic ties.
And French President Emmanuel Macron says China and France should deepen bilateral cooperation in light of the current international situation.
The agreement shows your third visit, your state visit in France, and we are very proud and happy to receive you for the third state visit, and it's also the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic ties between our two countries. In this international situation, we need more than ever collaboration between our two countries.
I want to talk more about the two presidents meeting with my guests here in the studio, Professor Cui Hongjian and Jiang Gong. Gentlemen, I do want to talk to you a little bit about what the Chinese president said on bilateral relations. He basically said both sides should consolidate strategic relations. There have been 18 agreements to be signed this time, a lot of tension on that as well. People-to-people exchange is another aspect here, and really fostering global consensus for the greater good cooperation to fight climate change, protect biodiversity, AI governance, international financial regime. So, Professor Cui, which of these aspects stood out to you as the most important aspect yet to be improved and boosted after this trip by the Chinese president?
Indeed, as we know, after 60 years of development, now China-France relations become very comprehensive and also even mutual beneficial relations. So we can find out in so many areas, especially now for both the countries, they need to get some more cooperation and even push forward for every area for cooperation. But of course, I think what most impressive for me is for this, the trade issue between two countries. We heard it from from President Macron. He mentioned that a word about fair trade. But as we know now, it's time also, especially from China's perspective, it's a time to insist the free trade. So how could we find out a kind of a balance between free trade and fair trade? As we know, recent years, the fair trade always a major concern from a French and European side to say that, okay, they need to deal with the issue with China, like imbalance of trade or some other. But as we know, now for both two sides, they need to get some more consensus on this issue. As we know, the free trade could be the precondition for any kind of fair trade. Once we don't have a free trade, once we have some more closed and also isolated from international market, certainly there will not be the space for fair trade. So I think on this regard, at this moment, we can find out the 18 agreements between the sides. I think it gives maybe a new balance between those free trade and fair trade.
Professor Cui, one moment, please. We'd like to take our viewers straight to Paris, France, where visiting Chinese President Xi Jinping is speaking at the 6th meeting of the China-France Business Council. Let's listen.
Gentlemen, dear friends, after 1 year, it's such a great delight to meet again with President Macron for the 6th meeting of the Council of China-France Entrepreneurs. And it's a great pleasure to meet all the old and new friends from the business community. This is my third state visit to France after 5 years. First, I would like to extend a sincere greeting to all the representatives, and I would like to wish a resounding success of the 6th meeting of the Council of China-France Entrepreneurs. And just now, President Macron said it very well. This year marks the 60th anniversary for the diplomatic ties between China and France. Over the past 6 decades, and I have to tell you, the number 60 represents one big cycle, and it's a time for us to pass on the baton from the past and carry forward the new spirit. Over the past 6 decades, China and France, we have been true friends to each other. We uphold the principle of independence, autonomy, mutual understanding, and we approach to our relationships from a strategic and long-term perspective. We joined hands with each other and traveled an extraordinary journey and built a long-term, comprehensive, strategic partnership. China-France ties have always stood on the forefront of China-EU relations, and they have become the examples of diplomatic ties and friendly relations between different civilizations with different social systems and countries at various development stages. China-France ties are a blessing for both peoples and the whole world. Over the past 60 years, China and France, we have been win-win partners. Our investment and trade volume has increased from a minimal figure to a gigantic figure. Our trade volume has increased by more than 800-fold compared to the beginning days of our diplomatic relations, reaching nearly $80 billion. Our bilateral investment has exceeded $26 billion. We have over 2,000 French companies deeply engaged in the Chinese market. China has already become the largest trading partner of France outside the EU region. France is a major trading partner of China within the European Union. The Greater Bay nuclear power station, the assembly line of Airbus A320 in Tianjin, and other representative projects between China and France, they have become an example of bilateral cooperation. The two countries are also actively expanding the cooperation in green and low-carbon development, digital economy, cross-border e-commerce, among other emerging sectors. After 60 years of development, China and France have formed an economic pattern that is mutually complementary. And this is also economic relations that feature a symbiosis. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, both China and France are countries on the Eurasia continent. One country is located in the east and the other in the west. One is a key representative of the Oriental civilization and the other a key representative of the Western civilization. Our two countries share no geopolitical conflicts. We have no fundamental conflicts of interest. But what we have are mutual appreciations, admirations, and we also have wide range of pragmatic cooperation. And this is a very good track record and also a very good picture between our two countries, and there is no reason that we do not engage in friendly cooperation. Standing on the new crossroad of humanity, in the face of tumultuous changes of the world, China is willing to work together with France in a more in-depth manner and push our diplomatic ties to a high new level so that we can achieve even more. Looking into the future, we are willing to join hands with France to enrich the economic and trade connotations of China-France comprehensive strategic partnership. France was among the first to participate in China's reform and opening up initiative. It has made enormous contribution to China's modernization drive, and it has benefited from this period. To deepen friendship, we have to engage in exchanges and strengthen communication and cooperation, and we always see France as a trustworthy and reliable partner, and we are willing to expand the depth and scope of our friendship so that we can build new models and cultivate new drivers of our relationship. And China is willing to make the best use of the farm to dinner full industrial chain cooperation between the two countries so that French cheese and wines can appear on Chinese dining tables. China has decided to extend the visa-free policy for 12 European countries, including France, to the end of 2024, and this will facilitate more people-to-people exchanges. Looking into the future, we are willing to work with France to deepen win-win cooperation between China and EU. And both China and EU are major forces of multipolarization, and we are two main markets supporting the globalization, and we are also two major civilizations in support of diversity. China-EU relations are critical to world development and prosperity, and we have to hold firm to these positionings and be independent from all types of noises, and we need to avoid politicizing economic and trade issues and avoid putting all the issues in a basket of security. We hope that the European side can move towards the same direction with China so that we can strengthen harmony with cooperation and diminish the risks with mutual trust so that China and EU can become each other's crucial partners in a mutual trust and also a priority partner in science-tech cooperation and also a trustworthy partner in cooperation in the fields of industrial and supply chain. China will expand the openness in telecom and medical industry, and we're going to further open our markets to French and European entrepreneurs so that more opportunities can be created for our European partners. Looking into the future, we are willing to work together with France to tackle global challenges. We face the deficit of peace, development, security, and governance, and the deficit is actually widening. Both China and France are independent major countries and permanent members of the UN Security Council, and we should shoulder up our responsibilities and missions. We need to stabilize China-France ties so as to offset the uncertainties of the global landscape. We need to coordinate our efforts within the framework of the UN and play a leading and guiding role in solving some of the global issues so as to promote multipolarization of the world. And China and France must practice the real sense of multilateralism and promote the reform of the WTO and promote the authoritative and efficacy of the multilateral trading regime with the WTO standing at the core. We also need to establish a globalization that is inclusive and comprehensive. China and France must work together in forming a joint force in implementing the goals outlined by COP28 and the Paris Climate Agreement, coordinate our climate actions and to preserve global biodiversity and protect planet Earth, which is our home. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, reform and opening up is the most dominant characteristic of China. For the new era, China right now is promoting in-depth cooperation with high-level opening up. To promote high-level opening up, and we have to cultivate new energies and new sectors. And we are also accelerating the formation of new quality productive forces, and we are right now introducing a number of measures to deepen reform and opening up, ranging from systems, expanding market entry, shortening the negative list for foreign entry into the Chinese market, and this, I believe, will create enormous opportunities to French enterprises and enterprises from other countries of the world, and this will also trigger more win-win cooperation opportunities, and I hope that the entrepreneurs sitting here today can be part of this great journey and share the dividend of China's openness. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in about 2 months, on a beautiful waterfront of Sena, you're going to celebrate the Paris Olympics. Olympics is a symbol of solidarity and cooperation, and let's stay committed to the spirit of building China-France diplomatic ties, and let's follow the Olympic model of higher, stronger, faster, and more united. And let's gently write a new chapter of building a community of shared future for mankind. Thank you very much.
Visiting Chinese President Xi Jinping speaking at the 6th meeting of the China-France Business Council. He praised China-France relations, saying that they are a great example of friendly relations between countries with different social systems and of different development stages. He called China-France win-win partners, emphasizing that trade volume between the two sides had increased 800-fold since diplomatic relations were re-established. And he also pay tribute to the 2,000 French enterprises that are firmly and deeply engaged with the Chinese market. Looking into the future, he said friends in China should shoulder global responsibilities, tackle global challenges together, offset uncertainties, coordinate their efforts at the UN Security Council, and also promote multipolarity. Let's talk about what the president said with my studio guests here, Professors Cui Hongjian and John Gong. Professor, this is a speech to the business community in France. Chinese President Xi Jinping addressing the 6th meeting of the China-France Business Council. He, of course, talked about bilateral relations, about shared responsibilities, about how well the French businesses are doing in China. What do you think is the core message he wants to send to the French businessmen that have come to hear him speak at this particular occasion, Professor Cui?
Yes, from this speech by President Xi, we can get some very clear messages from his speech. Firstly, China will try its best to insist on the opening up and the reform policy. I think it will give so much confidence to not only for these French business people and also for European and also from other economies. As we know, recently, there are a lot of discussion within the public opinion in Western countries, including Europe, to say that, okay, maybe China will change its policy, China will change its track of opening up and reform. Maybe China will keep the distance from the international cooperation, from the world economy. But as we know, recent years is rightly time for Chinese government release a lot of measures to facilitate the investment and also FDI or cooperation or foreign trade and some other. So I think now on this regard, even on this vocation, President Xi gave a very, very clear message to say that the opening up and reform is a characteristic of China. So China will not give up the very, very successful policy. Another, I think, important message is China tried to get, as we know, the high level or high quality cooperation with outside. As we know, after more than 40 years development, China will keep its principles to respect the cooperation, to improve the cooperation, and to respect the general rules for multilateral cooperation. But at the same time, I think China need to realize the change. For example, China become more and more developed in some sectors, including the green economy or some other. Maybe China also is trying to find out a joint solution, accompanied with France or some other partners, to find a new structure or new pattern for cooperation. Just like we mentioned that, for example, now on green economy or some other, maybe China will try to have some more investment abroad in France or some other. Maybe China will have some more contribution on some technology and even capital. So it could be a huge change comparing with the past pattern of cooperation between China and France and between China and Europe. So I think opening up and reform, and we need to have a reconstruction for our cooperation, maybe in a new situation, and then, of course, to insist this multilateral cooperation would be the principle and also in the co-interest for both China and France.
Professor Gong, if you follow the train of thought of the president here, the trail of logic is quite clear. The vibrant business and economic ties stem from strong political consensus as the underpinning foundation here. And with those strong business ties, both countries are in a position to shoulder more global responsibilities to tackle global challenges. What do you make of the key messages to the business community here?
Yeah, I think overall it's essentially it's a message about China is open for business, basically. This is a message that rings bell with this audience. These are mostly business people, and he emphasized very much the prospect of a high quality growth in China. That represents a lot of opportunities for high tech businesses from France. And also, I think he emphasized very interestingly, the geopolitical dimension of this. He said that France and China don't have fundamental conflict of interest, and that really takes away some of the concerns for geopolitical concerns, right? So I think essentially he's trying to appeal to the business community in France. Also, I think totally agree with Professor Cui that he's saying that China's path on opening up and reform is unwavering. There's no turning back, and it's going to continue to widen actually. So I think it's essentially this is a very appealing message to the business community, and it resoundingly answers the question whether China is still an investable place, and the answer is absolutely yes. The next China is still China.
Professor Cui, another question is the Chinese president mentioned both sides should better coordinate their efforts at the UN Security Council now that they're both permanent members of the UN Security Council. What does better coordination mean here, and what are we likely to see going forward?
Yes, I think that's also a very important context for this cooperation between China and France. As we know, as major players in the international relations, both China and France, they shoulder more responsibilities and to help the situation, especially to keep the long time or permanent peace on regional level and also on global level. Especially in recent years, as we know, both China and the European countries, as also as European Union as well, they try to play a more active role in the global security governance. As we know, since the breaks out of the Ukrainian conflict or Middle East tension, now China regarded itself as a peace builder, and China tried to play a more active role in diplomatic way to help the situation and to get some more mediation. On the European side, now as we know, there is a so-called strategic autonomy purpose from the France, also from the European side. So what does it mean for the strategic autonomy for European countries? Which means that the European side tried to be a so-called security provider. So how could we find out a more engagement and more dialogue and even cooperation between the new identity for China as a peace builder, and also for European side as a security provider? So I think both two sides, certainly, they do have some strong consensus is now we are maybe enter into a kind of a multipolar world. So which means that perhaps there will be some more tensions at the very beginning stage, but then we can try to find out a more multilateral cooperation by insisting the multilateralism, especially for China and France. Both of those two countries, they are very, very, strong supporter for this multilateral cooperation. And also another, I think, a consensus between two sides is no military and always diplomatic and political settlement could be always most reasonable way out from any chaos and conflicts. So I think on this regard, especially in the background of the more tensions, more conflicts, now it's a very, very critical time for both China and France. We can, converge all of the strategic concerns, and then we can try to take some more responsibilities and to help the situation, and then to find out some more sustainable solution for any conflicts, for any confrontations.
Yeah, we often talk about the commonality between China and France, the common political consensus here, and that stems from their promotion and their advocate for multilateralism and multipolarity. Professor Gong, after this trip, how will China and France continue to advocate for multilateralism and polarity in the world, when France wants to enhance its strategic autonomy?
Well, I think both sides have common interests in promoting a vision like this, especially when during these conflicts. I think there's more tendency towards sort of building a block of countries one against another, and China definitely doesn't want to be part of that. Especially I think if you look at the debates and speeches made leading to the supplemental billings for the bills for military aids, defense aids to Ukraine happening on the United States Congress. I think China is portrayed as being axis of several countries, and certainly China doesn't want to be that portrayed like that, and that is why President Xi said that during his previous talk when he was sitting together with President Macron, that he said that China, he doesn't want to see other countries using the conflict in Ukraine to smear China, to portray China as part of a block of countries, which is totally untrue. China is not interested in that. So I think, back to your question about multipolarity, a vision of France and China, both being United Nations Permanent Security Member States, jointly promoting this vision, advancing this agenda, I think is critically important. If you look at the other permanent members in the United Nations Security Council, not many countries have that vision actually, right? So, I think China and France do have common interests to stand together to advance that vision, especially in consideration of France being an important NATO member and also an important European Union member. So I think this is very important, and that China and France will jointly work on this in the future.
Professor Gong, hold that thought. I want to get an update from our correspondent Ken Brown at the Élysée Palace in Paris. Ken, today a very busy day for both presidents. We heard them speak to members of the press. We heard them speak to the business community there in France. What more can you tell us?
Yes, we're here on the Champs-Élysées. We've seen these joint declarations in the press statement at the Élysée Palace just here behind us. We've also seen the president enter the Marigny Theatre, where he's addressed the business community there. Now, when we talk about reaction here, I think that definitely depends on who you talk to. At a diplomatic level, I think there's certainly a lot of pride that President Xi chose France as the first destination for his first European tour in 5 years. In terms of the press, of course, constant speculation and expectations about the visit, what the visit means. Today, we heard a lot about hopes that between them, President Xi and President Macron can try to effect an Olympic truce. We heard a lot of details in the last couple of hours in that press conference. We heard about 18 signed agreements. We heard about EDF, China and France cooperating further on nuclear energy, for example, on some very specific projects like a solar power project in Saudi Arabia, also on the potential for battery factories here in France, further cooperation on innovation and things like that. So I think the reaction among the business community here in France is going to be very positive. I think we'll hear more as well about the trade talks that were held today. Of course, we had talks on some of the issues really most important or forefront on European minds at the moment, like the conflict in the Ukraine, for example. President Xi and President Macron both said that they share common ground there and hope to bring about a peaceful resolution. We heard President Xi talking about China engaging a third round of talks that includes both Russia and Ukraine. So lots of hope here in Europe that something positive will come on that. There's a lot of common ground too in the Israeli-Palestine conflict. So both sides believe in, today we saw President Xi's statements. He talked about a two-state solution as the best solution to that conflict. So a lot of shared ground there too. So many areas where France and China can cooperate, things like climate change. Of course, China right now is the biggest market for green energy. It's the biggest producer of the technology that is going to help us in this great green transition, the things like the solar panels and the wind turbines that we need for all of this green energy. France wants to work closely with China there. We also heard a lot about tourism. France, one of the most popular European destinations for Chinese visitors. So a lot to work on. Also student exchanges. We heard that is something that has been going on for a long time between France and China, going back historically, and that creates a bedrock of understanding of younger people with open minds who come together and live in each other's countries, helping us to understand each other. So I think that there's been a lot of reaction here. I think that we've had a lot of news very recently today, a packed schedule, so it will take a little bit of time to sort of condense and digest all of this information that we've got, and we'll keep bringing you those reactions from here in France today and tomorrow.
Ken, great work today. We'll continue to check in with you for that reaction as the news is being absorbed there by people in France. Thank you so much for your reporting today. Ken Brown, live in Paris. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for China and France to uphold independence and fend off a new Cold War. He made the remarks during talks with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron at the Élysée Palace in Paris. Xi Jinping expressed a willingness to work with President Macron to begin another 60 years of bilateral relations. He also called for the two countries to promote equitable and orderly multipolarization. And he said both sides should oppose acts of decoupling and disruptions to supply chains. The two leaders also held talks joined by senior officials from both sides at the Élysée Palace. And with that, we come to the end of our special coverage of Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to France today. We'll bring you more on his trip in our later programs. Now, we leave you with some key moments of today's events. I'm Zhong Shi in Beijing. On behalf of the entire team here, thank you so much for watching.
共担风雨，共创未来。投资额累计已经超过了260亿。
there and welcome to Global Business Africa. We'll be giving you insight into Africa's business and financial markets. I'm Ucheo Koronkwo, coming to you from Kenya's capital, Nairobi. Let's start with a look at the markets. Now, world stocks inched up today with sentiment supported by renewed bets of a rate cut by the U.S. Fed. However, stocks did make some small gains in holiday-thinned trading, as we saw traders turning their attention to a lineup of central bank speeches expected this week. Now, amongst the mega caps, Tesla and Nvidia led those gainers today, while we saw Apple underperforming across markets. In South Africa, the JSE All-Share was in positive territory on improved sentiment globally. The Bourse got a major boost from resource stocks today. We saw that index up over 2%, with resource stocks topping the gainers list today. Sibanye, Implats, Harmony Gold, some of those stocks topping the gainers list on the day. Now, also coming up on today's show, Nigeria cuts power exports to international customers to meet local demand. Kenya's private sector activity remains stable in April. And Israel's economy takes a hit from the ongoing conflict in Gaza. Now, French President Emmanuel Macron and Chinese President Xi Jinping have held talks at Les Invalides in Paris. The two heads of state also observed divisions from the French Republican Guard and troops from the French Army, Air Force and Navy. Now, Les Invalides is a museum and memorial which is dedicated to France's military history. It now houses collections of military equipment and memorials of notable French military leaders. Now, of course, Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for China and France to uphold independence and to fend off a new Cold War. He made those remarks during his talks with French counterpart Emmanuel Macron at the Élysée Palace in Paris. Now, Xi Jinping expressed willingness to work with President Macron to begin another 60 years of bilateral relations between the two. He also called for the two nations to promote equitable and orderly multipolarization. And he said both sides should oppose acts of decoupling and disruptions to supply chains. Now, of course, the two leaders also held talks, joined by senior officials from the two sides at the Élysée Palace. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has attended a trilateral meeting alongside French President Emmanuel Macron and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen at the Élysée Palace in Paris. Here's CGTN's Chen Chen with more on that.
President Xi noted China always views its relations with the EU from a strategic and long-term perspective. It regards Europe as an important dimension in its major country diplomacy with Chinese characteristics and an important partner on its path towards Chinese modernization. He says China and the EU, as two important forces, should continue to see each other as partners, deepening strategic communication, enhance strategic mutual trust, carry out strategic coordination, and continue making new contributions to world peace and development. Macron says this year marks the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between China and France. France hopes to strengthen cooperation and dialogue with China. The EU has said it does not support the idea of decoupling from China and welcomes the investment of Chinese enterprises. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says EU-China relations are positive and play a pivotal role in global affairs. On the Ukraine crisis, President Xi points out China, France, and the EU all wish to see an early ceasefire and the return to peace in Europe. On the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, President Xi stresses the need to realize a comprehensive ceasefire as quickly as possible. Chen, CGTN.
Now, Chinese President Xi Jinping and French President Emmanuel Macron briefed the media today. The Chinese president called for both sides to carry forward the guiding spirit of diplomatic ties and begin another 60 years of a new journey.
And just now I had a very fruitful conversation with President Macron, we both believe that China-France ties are historic and have strategic values and important historic missions, and we have to carry forward the mission from history and advocate the spirit that guided the founding of our diplomatic ties and add new connotations of our times and open a new chapter for the next 6 decades of our diplomatic ties.
Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron said that China and France should deepen their bilateral cooperation in light of the current international situation.
The agreement shows your third visit, your state visit in France, and we are very proud and happy to receive you for the third state visit, and it's also the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic ties between our two countries. In this international situation, we need more than ever collaboration between our two countries.
Well, let's find out more about that meeting. Let's go live now to our reporter, Zhao Yunfei, who's standing by in Paris. Great to have you with us on the show, Yunfei. What is the latest on the Business Council meeting?
I can't hear.
Yunfei, I don't know if you can hear me now, but what is the latest on the Business Council meeting?
Yes, so just concluded the Business Council meeting. Chinese President Xi and French President Emmanuel Macron has just delivered a speech, and President Xi has released a series of information during his speech. During his talk, he celebrated the friendship, the diplomatic ties between China and France in the past 60 years, and he says that the two ties should stand on the forefront of China-EU ties, and he also stressed a lot about China's relationship with the European Union. He emphasized that the East and the West, the Eurasia continent, that gather the civilization from both the East and the West, and then that's the reason why China and France and other European countries should push forward the diplomatic ties to a new high level. And then President Xi, in his speech, stressed that China sees France as a trustworthy partner, and that's why he has been stressing several fields of cooperation, including people-to-people exchanges. He mentioned that China has decided to extend the short-term visa-free entrance to 12 European countries till the end of 2025. And he also, for sure, stressed on the environment, the deficit of peace and development that stabilize the ties. That's why it's important to stabilize the tie, and as well as to bring more certainty, and he stressed on the multipolarization of the world. So it's been a long day for President Xi and President Macron. They have been conducting conducting small-scale and large-scale bilateral meetings, as well as trilateral meetings between China, France, and the European Union. There's the grand welcome ceremony, and there's also the Business Council. So a lot of things are going on for today, and this is a very tight and packed day for the Chinese.